with your loved ones, your family and your friends. And that's important because what we really need you to do is to make sure that your story continues on to the next generation. Please play the video.
We write no last chapters. We close no books. We put away no final memories. An end to America's involvement in Vietnam cannot come before we have achieved the fullest possible accounting of those missing in action.
Why keep searching? The answer is simple. You never leave a fallen American behind. The mission of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, is to provide the fullest possible accounting for our missing personnel to their families and their nation. Strategically located in Arlington, Virginia, with major facilities at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii, and Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, the more than 600-person newly established defense agency is jointly manned by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Department of Defense civilians with specialized skills. Researching, recovering, identifying, and ultimately returning an individual to their family begins with analysis and investigation. The DPAA experts begin the search by studying all known information regarding the circumstances of each loss. Historians and analysts gather information from U.S. veterans, foreign witnesses, archival records, and other sources. They then create a case file for each unaccounted for American. This file may include historical records, official correspondence, maps, photographs, daily activity logs, and medical and personnel records of the missing person. These files are continually updated until an identification is made.
Once the research has been done here, and we get the command's approval, we send out small teams. It could be up to 2 people, it could be a 10-person team, conducting interviews at a villager's house, at a district office, or in a combination of going to the site first and then conducting the interviews on site.
Once all available information is analyzed, a decision can be made to disinter individuals buried as unknown or conduct field investigations. During a typical investigation mission, personnel interview potential witnesses, conduct on-site reconnaissance, and survey terrain for safety and logistical concerns. Teams also try to generate new leads that may result in future recoveries. The main goal of the investigation is to obtain enough information to correlate or connect a particular site with one or more missing Americans. If enough on-site evidence is found, the site will be recommended for recovery and excavation. Recovery sites range in size from a few square meters, such as in individual burials, to areas larger than football fields for aircraft crashes. DPAA may hire as many as 100 local workers to help with the excavation process.
This job has so many benefits. For me personally, it's an opportunity to serve the country, but also our fighting forces and kind of contribute to that as well. Professionally, it's just an incredible challenge to get to work in all the countries where we work, to travel to these amazing sites, to work with the local villagers and local officials, and just have the opportunity to give somebody some answers after decades of waiting to know what happened to their loved one, and maybe just wrestling with the grief that lack of information and lack of answers brings. We have the chance to resolve that for them, and that's just an incredible opportunity.
Investigative and recovery missions in search of missing Americans take DPAA personnel to distant, remote, and often dangerous locations all over the globe. Rice paddies in Southeast Asia, areas on the Korean Peninsula, 16,000-foot mountaintops in the Himalayas, and underwater sites off the coast of Papua New Guinea. And we still continue to search the battlefields of World War II throughout Europe. After a successful recovery, all evidence is then transported to the DPAA laboratories. Once they've arrived in the lab, the painstaking process of identification begins. This is the final step of the mission, leading to the return of an individual. In many of the cases, an important step in the identification process is DNA analysis, which is accomplished by cutting a bone sample that is sent to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. One of the challenges DPAA faces today is the lack of reference samples from family members of those still unaccounted for. Any person who is a relative of an unaccounted for American is encouraged to contact their service casualty office to ensure there is a DNA reference sample on file for that service member. DPAA makes an identification when all available evidence, remains, artifacts, and historical documents point to the same person. The ID process can take anywhere from a few months to several years to complete. Any unresolved cases are kept open with the hope that new evidence will be found or new technologies will be developed to make a future identification possible. Once an American has been identified, their remains are returned to their family through their respective service casualty office. They are returned home with full military honors and given the respect they earned through their service and sacrifice for their country.
Oh, as a family member, this agency, to me, is doing phenomenal work, and in a very personal way, because when somebody loses somebody like my father, and you really don't know what the story is for 70 years, and then you find an agency that knows about him and keeps his memory alive, keeps the mission alive to try to find him. It's very meaningful in a very personal way, because it means you're not just doing this yourself alone. You have a whole body of people who are concerned about finding your dad and bringing him home.
That says something about how we honor our dead, particularly those who have served this nation. I'm very grateful to all of the DPAA and related agencies and the military in general, as they've pursued this in our government, and for our citizens, because they think it's an important enough mission to continue. And the way we value life, and very few nations, I don't think any other nation to this degree does this.
Which, makes me proud to be an American.
I just wanted to yell openly to everybody out there, he's home, he's home. I couldn't believe it. And when I went up and touched his name, I thought, you're home, you're home. It's unbelievable. I'm glad I live in the United States of America, and that we have this attitude. Leave no man behind. We're so fortunate. I want you to know, and I know from my own experience, that if something's happened to you, we will be looking for you.
The men and women of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency are united in their effort to recover and return as many of our missing personnel as possible. One more patriot return, one more family that now has answers. One more step in fulfilling our nation's promise.
We are very grateful to Kevin Costner for donating his time to prepare that video. Again, I hope that you will take it home and share it with your loved ones. As the slide says up top, and I mentioned earlier, not only is this mission generational, but it's global as well. We are all over the globe doing what we do every single day. We have to, because with 81,000 unaccounted for, that's a lot dating back to World War II. You can see all the numbers up there. Of that 81,000, we believe that there are just under 39,000 that we are actually able to account for. And the reason that is because many of our losses are deep sea losses or they're high-speed aircraft crashes. And right now, we don't have the capability or the technology to go after those losses today, right? But there was a time when there wasn't DNA. And so let me pause there because I don't want to forget, I didn't mention it earlier. With so many newcomers here today, you're going to hear a lot about family reference samples, or FRS. In fact, you're going to hear about that so much that that'll be one acronym that you will remember when you leave. But I must plug the Armed Forces Medical Examiner DNA Identification Laboratory. They have a table right out here in the lobby. Please check in with them to have them determine whether or not you are a viable DNA candidate. There are 11 families that we're looking for specifically. I don't have the names written here. I wrote them down in my other notes, but please check in at the table. If you've given DNA again before, check again. Chances are you're probably good, but it's never a bad idea to double check. And so in addition to the fact that, the numbers are daunting, some of the areas that we work also present some unique challenges. Right now, the Vietnam War is our #1 priority in the agency for a couple of reasons. One, it's the war that we have the most information on. Two, the remains are at risk every single day that they stay in the ground. That's largely because in Southeast Asia, the soil is very acidic and it's eating away at the remains. And when we do recoveries, we are recovering remains that could fit in the palm of your hand. In fact, we've made IDs from a single tooth. Very difficult, and so we've got to get after those remains. But the good news is, you see that number up there, 46 nations that we are in partner with. The Vietnamese are extremely helpful. They are, in addition to the Republic of Korea, they are a really awesome partner. Not only have they helped us, when COVID hit back in 2020, we had to pull all of our teams out of the field because of safety. So you can imagine how devastated we were. But our Vietnamese partners, they continued recovery operations. They actually recovered remains that we made IDs from. Now that's a partner. I also have to acknowledge the Republic of Korea. Fantastic partners. We've been in partnership with them more than a decade. In fact, we are so closely tied together that they modeled their laboratory after ours. And you're going to hear some details about what our laboratory looks like and what we do. And so for those of you who are a part of the Korean War losses, you can be comforted by the fact that there is a lot of cooperation between us and South Korea. I think everybody in this room knows there is no cooperation with North Korea right now. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. One of the things that for me personally, I love about this slide is that number used to say 45 nations. It now says 46. Because if you've been following us, you might know that we were in China. For decades, we have been telling families, stay encouraged. We don't know if we're going to be able to recover your loved one. We're not really sure if he went down in China or if he's somewhere up in North Korea. But please just keep the faith. And the reason I tell this story about China is because if you can imagine yourself being told that for decades, somebody is going to get a phone call who probably never expected to receive their loved one home because we had 2 missions in China and we actually found remains. So we are hopeful that we'll be able to make identifications from those remains. And then we're also hopeful that we'll be able to go back. So we are very encouraged about that. In addition to the host nations that we work with, we also, as you heard Rob mention earlier, Congress, very involved, supportive, the administration, very supportive, the Department of Defense, as well as other lettered agencies. But I would also be remiss if I didn't talk about the services who also help us, not just the service casualty officers that you all will meet today, some of you for the first time, but also the combatant commands. So the Indo-Pacific Command provides us with personnel and assistance and access to areas in the Pacific Rim. The EUCOM, the Europe Command, also helps us and provides personnel as well as access. You know, Europe is pretty easy. We don't really need a whole lot of help there. It's pretty unrestricted. And then, of course, Transcom, which gives us the lift capability. So a lot of times when we travel and send our teams into the field, and you're going to hear from a team later, they provide the aircraft for us both to and from our locations of deployment. And then there's one that we don't talk about very much, and that's called the U.S. STRATCOM out at Offutt Air Force Base. They actually provide facilities for us and house one of our labs. So we have a great partner network of government and non-government personnel. Next slide, please. For FY25, we will be in 33 countries, conducting 56 investigations and 96 recovery operations. Again, as I mentioned earlier, although we are impacted by the CR, meaning, you know, every government organization is under the continuing resolution, but for DPAA, we have our money, so the execution of these missions is not at risk, so we're very ecstatic about that. Also up there, you'll see the country of Kiribati. It's pronounced Kiribati, but it's spelled Kiribati, Kiribati. That's the location where the Marines were lost on Tarawa during the Battle of Tarawa. Unfortunately, our partner has not been able to get back into country. They are not allowing anybody in, to include our teams, since COVID. And so both the U.S. Embassy, the department, everybody's trying to help us get access. But we were experiencing some really good success out of Tarawa, and unfortunately that has ceased since 2020. So we're doing everything we can to get back in. Today, right now, we have over 100 people deployed in Vietnam, Laos, the Solomon Islands, Germany, and Belgium, both individuals that work in our agency as well as our partners. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about the Korean War, because we just celebrated on the 9th of September our 700th ID made by the agency. Now, that doesn't include the 2,000 that were made before the agency stood up. But when you think about it, we're only 9 years old. That's a lot. And so it's largely because of course, the science and all the work that we do. But the most important reason why we were able to make those IDs is because of the family members. You guys have helped us. You've encouraged us. You spoke up when we were trying to get disinterments done. In fact, let me just back up. You convinced us that we needed to disinter all of our Korean War servicemen. And so, as I spoke about earlier, we rely on the families to help us to understand when we need to do something better. And so because of that, we are making Korea war-related IDs in an incredible fashion. As you might remember too, up on the slide in 2018, we received 55 boxes from North Korea. The good news with that is there weren't 55 individuals. There were over 200 individuals in those 55 boxes. And we've made over 80, I think we're actually up to 90 IDs. I'm sure our scientists can give us the number. They'll brief that later today. In the center is Corporal Driver. He was our 700th ID. And so when that 700th ID occurred, we were, of course, ecstatic. And like any good organization, we have already gone over 700. I think right now we're at 704 or 706 identifications. So we're extremely excited about that. Next slide, please. And I'm going to pick it up just a bit. This next story is another family story that speaks to the importance of family reference samples. The Wex Lock disaster was one that was a little bit different, right? It was actually an explosion at a harbor that killed quite a number of people, 163. There are currently 82 unaccounted for. The reason why I'm telling this story is because, we always knew about the West Lock incident. We always knew that they were interred and had not been identified. But the problem with disinterring is we have to first be able to prove that we have a likely probability to make an identification. And the way we increase that probability is by having family reference samples. And so as we attempted to get the family reference samples for this particular incident, we just weren't getting the numbers. And then there was an organization, not a family member group, but a museum, the Obama Hawaiian African American Museum in Hawaii. They connected with the West Lock families and petitioned them, because many of them were African American, petitioned them to provide their FRS. The beauty of that was that we actually had the ability to not only get the FRS that we needed, but we have recently disinterred 7 of the caskets from that project. And so it speaks to the power of assistance that we receive, not just from families, but from other entities out there that watch this mission, care about this mission, care about you, and want to see us succeed. Next slide. And then this is my last slide, a little bit about the Vietnam War recent accounting. I mentioned that I started in 2015. I like to talk about this story because the individual in the center is, her name is Kearney, and she was the daughter Kearney has been someone who, even more than I think any other family member, has really connected with me, stood by me, sent me emails every once in a while. It's a little emotional because at the time, as I said, I didn't know what I was getting into. She's been waiting a long time for her father to come home. And so this year, we identified him, and what you see her doing is at the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, at National POW MIA Recognition Day, which is the event that I host for you and host for the Department of Defense. We also partnered with the ABMC, American Battle Monuments Commission, and the Secretary Zhu, came out and held a rosette placement ceremony for families. And so the rosette placement ceremony was an effort to put rosettes next to the names of individuals that we had identified. And so, when I talk about 700 Korean War identifications, many of our disinterments came out of that cemetery. And so the ABMC, American Battle Monuments Commission, they've gotten behind. And so they, at the urging of family members, Ms. Colleen Shine and Natalie Roush, they petitioned the secretary of ABMC to host a rosette ceremony along with DPAA at POW MIA Recognition Day. On that day, I want to say they placed about 90 rosettes, but they have about 600 that they have to actually do. And so, again, we've been making a lot of IDs, and so our partners are doing their absolute best to keep up. And so I wanted to show this picture because Kearney had the opportunity, and who is a friend of mine, to place a rosette next to her father. So I'm going to stop talking about Kearney, and that is my last slide. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Again, if you're a first timer, just pay attention, take your notes, and then you'll have time to digest all of this later. Hopefully, I will see you today. If I don't meet you today, I'll see you at the next FMU. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mrs. Fern Sumter Whitbush. It's at this point that we're going to have the remembrance ceremony. So some of the families are going to be familiar with this, and the first timers are not. This is something we do to let you stand up and introduce yourself and introduce your missing loved one. We've got a lot of folks in the room, so we ask that you try to keep under a minute. If you're one of the folks that likes to talk and your family kind of knows you like to talk, just if you're sitting with someone, give them a nudge. If they go over a minute for me. But we also have on the back of this agenda book to structure your thoughts, a little guide that you can use if you need it. So we're going to have 3 microphones going around. We have 2 Marines and a soldier with microphones. And what you'll do is you'll raise your hand, they'll bring the microphone over, and then I'll call on you, and then you'll stand up and speak for less than a minute. But bring your loved one to the room. So with that, who would like to go first? We've got this gentleman right here. We can. Captain Uvar will bring you the microphone.
Good morning. My name is Peter Solfaro. I'm the nephew of PFC Emil P. Senecal. He was in the Army, 168th Infantry Regiment, 34th Infantry Division, and he went missing 12 April 1945 in Italy.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
Good morning. My name is Francis Desjalis. I am the godson of Euclid Desjalis, who went in the Second World War. And I've been trying to get over this, and I can't. But I was sitting on his lap the day before he left, and I never saw him again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Right here.
My name is Julie Miss, and I am the niece of Sergeant David Ferguson. My mom's only sibling. And he was in the Army Air Force, 375th Bomb Squad, 308th Bomb Group. His plane was missing during a supply mission on August 6, 1945, a few days before his 19th birthday.
Thank you, ma'am. Right here.
Hi, good morning. My name's Mary Kelleher, and I'm here in memory of my uncle, James Auld, who was killed on Solomon Islands in World War II. He was my mother's favorite brother, and she had 5 of them, and they were all in the service. One was the POW, and James just never came home, and hopefully they will find his remains.
Thank you, ma'am. Right here.
Hi, my name is Kim Carlson Benner. This is my sister Margot Carlson Delonia. We're here representing our father, Captain John W. Carlson, U.S. Air Force, killed in action, body not recovered, December 7th, 1966, South Vietnam. And we're looking forward to today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. In the back.
Yeah, my name is Vernon Chandler, and I'm here remembering my cousin, Private Kenneth E. Miller. He was with the 743rd Tank Battalion. He was killed in the Battle of Aachen in Germany when he was 19 years old in a tank-on-tank battle. And this is the first time I've been to one of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Picaro. I'm representing my uncle, Paul Banis, Technical Sergeant Paul Banis. He was in a B-24 bomber, which crashed in Poland, Germany, while they were bombing a synthetic fuel site. His plane got hit by the plane behind him. The tail got knocked off, and they crashed. And I guess they found the site, and so we're hoping.
Thank you, Mr. Picaro. Up in the back.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Goodson. I'm here with cousins and my sister. We're the nieces and nephews of PFC Kenneth A. Webb, and he was killed on the island of Saipan, June 16th, 1944, and we just want to bring him home so he can be buried in the land that he died for.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. This is my first time here. I am here with my cousins. My name is Robert Leslie Haverty II. I am the nephew of Staff Sergeant Robert Leslie Haverty, U.S. Army Air Force, 484th Bomb Group, 825th Bomb Squadron, who went missing on December 9th, 1944.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Hello, my name is Edward Morgan. My grand uncle was killed on July 1st, 1944. They never found his remains, and I'm here to represent him as a Vietnam veteran.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Joseph Bernard Ellsman. I'm here to represent my grandpa's brother, Joseph Martin Maciejewski of a Seaco 1st Marine Parachute Battalion, 1st Regiment Parachute Marines, who was killed New Year's Day in Bougainville fighting. And yeah, I'm just really honored to be here. I can't believe this is I'm a part of this. And his mother never celebrated New Year's Day after that for the rest of her life, and a lot more stories behind that, but yeah, I'm just honored to be here and hoping to bring him home. It's been a big part of my life, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellsman.
Well, it's an honor to be here today. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Timothy J. O'Leary III, U.S. Army retired, and I'm here on behalf of my godfather, Sergeant James Paul O'Leary, who was taken prisoner of war as a result of the battle at Unsan in North Korea. And he was a member of Headquarters Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Regiment, 1st Cav Division. And he died as a prisoner of war at Camp 5 in North Korea in 1951. And we just want to get his remains back so that we can effect some closure as a result. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
I'm Rosemary Townsend. I'm here representing my uncle, John Allman. He was in the, excuse me? He was in the Army. He died on November 1942. He was blown up in Oran Harbor in Algeria on the ship HMS Heartland as they were trying to enter the harbor. He was never found, so we hope that he can be returned to us.
Thank you, Mrs. Townsend.
Hi, I'm Commander Kathy Carlson, U.S. Navy retired. I'm here on behalf of my mother, Gail Randall Carlson, and my cousin, Debbie Randall Morissette. We are here to honor my mother's brother, Erlen Vern Randall, who served in the Army in the 2nd Infantry Division. He was killed in action on November 27th, 1950, in the vicinity of Yongni-Sudong in North Korea. And we would love to bring Erlen home to be with his family.
Thank you, Captain Carlson.
Hi, my name is Tara Miles. I'm here with my family. And we're here today representing Corporal Joseph J. Barry, who passed away on February 12th, 1944. He was our granduncle. He was the only son of Joseph J. Barry Sr., who was a World War I veteran, and the beloved brother of Alice and Barbara Barry. He was in the HQ Squadron 311 Fighter Bomber Group, and they went down over Burma, which is now Myanmar. And we hope that when tensions ease there, we will be able to bring him home because there is a spot waiting for him among his family.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. Right up front.
Good morning. My name is Philip Beard. I'm here with my wife, Anna. I'm here representing the Beard family for Staff Sergeant Joseph W. Beard. He was reported missing as a MIA POW in the Philippines, believed deceased June 14, 1942. We look forward to his return. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over here. Over here.
Good morning. My name is Larry Mead.
I'm here representing my mother's brother, Private Joseph Seymour. He was reported killed in action actually 82 years ago yesterday, November 1, 1942, in Guadalcanal. And like the woman who was speaking over here, he was one of 4 brothers who was serving in action in World War II. And I vividly recall my grandmother as a Gold Star mother, and how crushing it was for the family to deal with that. So thank you all for everything you're all doing.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Miller. I'm here with my sister and my cousins to honor our uncle, Technical Sergeant Robert Quish, who died over Germany or perhaps over the North Sea, November 26, 1943. He was in the Army Air Corps, the 96th Bomb Group. We didn't know him, but our mother and our uncles, our parents kept him alive, and we loved him.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, we're here with my grandmother for my great uncle Joseph Petrarca, Private First Class in World War II from Rhode Island. He was in Army Company A, 31st Infantry, declared missing in the fight for Bataan in early 1942, last seen in the hills with Corporal Leroy Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Pachonka. Right here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Knox, and I'm here today with my brother Rick on behalf of our father, who has been missing in North Korea since a month and a half before I was born, actually. But our mother kept him alive for us, and not having answers created a terrible vacuum for us that impacted our lives. That changed a little bit when in 1992 Boris Yeltsin came from the new Russia after the Soviet Union collapsed and admitted that Russia had taken American POWs and MIAs from wars and not returned them. So we became active, the families became active, and we've been working this issue now for over 30 years. I will stop now, but I will just mention that to any Korean or Cold War families here, we have an organization that's been in creation since 1998. We have information that might be helpful to you and business cards to pass out. If you want to come and see us during intermission, we'll be happy to help as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Good morning. My name is James Burke. I'm here today with my wife Debbie and my aunts and uncles, and we're here on behalf of my great uncle, Private Paul Evans Walsh. He was in the Army, 31st Regiment. He was on the march to Bataan, and he was lost in April 1942. And I just want to say that you guys, the DPAA, I just want to extend my appreciation for everything you guys are trying to accomplish. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
I'm John Cattell, here to memorialize my uncle, First Lieutenant John Cattell, who went down off Papua New Guinea in 1943, and I was named after him several years later when I was born. Thank you all.
Mr. Cattell, thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Katie Vashon, and I'm here to represent my uncle, third class petty officer John Adam Epic. He was on the USS Terror when it was attacked by a kamikaze on May 1st, 1945.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is John McDonald. I'm here on behalf of Sergeant U.S. Army Air Force Edward Metcalf. He was lost on a mission over the border of Slovenia and Italy. This Veterans Day will be particularly poignant because it will be exactly 80 years since he was lost, and I am forever grateful for the efforts to hopefully bring him home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is John Campbell. I'm here for my uncle, Omar W. Nato, Company A, 38th Armored Infantry Battalion, 7th Armored Division. He went missing on April 15th, 1945, near Delhausen, Germany. This was also called the Ruhr Pocket, and the Germans surrendered the following day.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the uncle for whom I was named, my father's younger brother, Lieutenant Junior Grade Carl W. Kirchway, Jr. He was a fighter pilot flying with the Grim Reapers VF-10 off the USS Enterprise. His plane was shot down the morning of the invasion of the island of Saipan, June 15th, 1944. His plane crashed into the sea and he was never recovered. It was reported originally that he was beyond the lagoon and therefore in deep water. In January of this year, I heard from a maritime archaeologist who had been researching that it appears that in fact his plane crashed in 4.5 feet of water inside the lagoon at Saipan, and therefore I'm hopeful that we will be able to locate and identify his remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirchway.
Good morning. My name is Sam Norris. I'm here to represent Staff Sergeant Arthur A. Van Cleef. My family never spoke about his loss in 1943, and the first I heard about it was when I was contacted by this organization, and they sent me a packet of paperwork, and I looked through it and I saw my mom's signature on his personal effects when they were delivered to the house. So as a son of a veteran and a veteran myself, I'm grateful to this organization for giving me the chance to honor him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Good morning. My name is John Sweeney. I'm the nephew of Fireman First Class Francis John Sweeney. He was on a ship called the USS Pollux, and their ship was doing U-boat avoidance maneuvers, and they broke up off the coast of Newfoundland on February 18th during a storm, February 18th, 1942. His body was not recovered, but I believe hopefully his remains are still there. We can bring him home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. All the way in the back.
Morning. I'm here representing my father, Sergeant James Joseph McElroy, United States Marine Corps. He was assigned as a combat correspondent. His last known mission was flying out of Saipan on a night bomber over Iwo Jima. He was missing in action February 13th, 1945. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Ian Marie Cavalier, and I'm here to represent my uncle, Sergeant William J. Sullivan. He went missing in action on February 25th, 1944. He was on an airplane. He was a rear gunner, and there were 10 crew members on board, and 3 of them jumped out, and the other 7 got killed, and they found everyone's remains except my uncle's and another soldier. But I'm very grateful to having a program like this to try to recover the soldiers, you know, that gave their lives. It was very hard on my grandmother because she didn't have a grave to visit. So after my grandfather died, she had his name put on the headstone in memory of her son. But it was very hard for her. But she had another son that was in the service too, John. And it was hard on all of them losing my uncle. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kepler.
George Lavinson. A man is not dead if you still speak his name. And today, I changed my nonprofit organization I have dedicated to finding him. from an organization where I learned to say goodbye to the organization I'm changing to say, I'll wait. I have a knife with a handle from a woolly mammoth, 18,000 years old. Bought it as a souvenir in Alaska. But if they can find 18,000 years old ago, they're going to be able to find my uncle. Maybe he's in 12,000 feet of water off the shores of Iceland and Greenland. Maybe he's on the Greenland land. I don't know. I've been hoping to look for him and find him. I'm the oldest living relative. They used to call me George when I was a kid. He's the reason I went in the Army. They never spoke about him. It was too devastating. He got shot, and then he got shot down again on the way home. Like all your stories, Shakespeare says, this story a good man shall tell his son. So tell your story. Keep him alive. I'm going to change my nonprofit organization's mission from not learning to say goodbye, but learning to say, I'll wait for you. And I'll tell your story and ask them to tell your story and ask them to tell your story and on down. Because eventually, no worse than an 18,000-year-old woolly mammoth, they're going to find him. And you've given me hope. So bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Norman Baker. I'm the son of Lieutenant Donald Baker, U.S. Army, that went missing Christmas Eve, 1944, off the coast of France. Excuse me. Yeah, he was in the 66th Division. I didn't want to leave that out. And so I'm here to thank everyone who is involved in this terrific organization to put this through like this. I'm truly grateful for that. And I'd like to quickly, I know we're on time here, introduce my family, my wife, Esther over there, and my daughter, and my son-in-law, Dave. And I thank them for coming, and I thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Charbonnier, and I recently learned that I am the third cousin of General Guy Fort. He was held by the Japanese from, back up, he's the 81st Infantry Division, the Army, and he was captured in September of 1942 and executed in November of 1942. I'm very grateful to this organization, as is my first participation, and I'm looking forward to continued involvement, and I'm hopeful of being a part of bringing my third cousin home. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Mike Stahl, representing the family of Raymond Stahl. He was my uncle. I have my sister here, Robin, and two of my cousins, Jean and Joanne. Corporal Stahl was a member of the 60th Bomber Squadron. He was flying in a B-29 Super Fortress when the plane had an incident near Guam. The details of it are somewhat confusing, but I appreciate all the effort that has gone into trying to identify the details of that incident. What's interesting about it is that at the same time, Corporal Raymond Stahl had two other brothers that were serving in the war also. My father and Jean and Joanne's dad also. Fortunately, in a way, my dad was serving on the island of Guam when this incident occurred, and his blasting crew reportedly saw this plane go down, although we don't find it in the record here. So today, I hope I can share some of the details that have been passed down through the family that may help us find out the details regarding my uncle, Raymond Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stahl.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Planchon, and I'm here on behalf of my great uncle. He was an Army Private First Class, 808th Military Police. His last known whereabouts, he was in the Death March Baton and was a prisoner at camp, I believe it was O'Donnell, sorry. Of course, I didn't know him, but I remember as a little girl sitting at my Mimi's vanity with a big picture of a very good-looking young man in a uniform with a little red poppy above. And she would always say, "Oh, Ralphie, I wish you would come home." So I'm here, sorry. I'm here on behalf of my grandmother and my mother. I'm continuing that mission. I want to bring him home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pichon.
Good morning. My name is Gary Wren. I'm here on behalf of my mother's brother, PFC Clinton Alvin Isbell Jr., United States Army Headquarters Company, 2nd Battalion, 301st Infantry Regiment. Uncle C.A. went missing April the 7th, 1945, crossing the Ryan River. And in his family, he had 4 brothers and 4 sisters, and the only one left is my Uncle Buck. So I'm here for the baby of the family, Uncle Buck.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Jill Skidgel, and I'm here for my mother's brother, and I had to follow up that man because my mother's brother's name was Bud, and he was the youngest of his family. His full name was Harry Ludwig Carlson. He was storekeeper 3rd class for the Navy, and he died on the USS Arizona in Pearl Harbor. And what astounds me hearing from everybody here is all of the different places. You know, I figured I would hear from so many people on the Arizona. I'm the first one on the Arizona, but I've heard of so many other places that it's just incredible.
Thank you, ma'am. Ryan.
Hello, my name is Steve Parrish, and my brother Joe represent our family for my uncle Buddy, Edward J. Parrish, and he was an airman, aviation radio 2nd class, and his plane went missing in South Pacific and never recovered. The date of loss is January 3rd, 1945, and we just are very grateful that everybody's here to put this together. And I just want to say I'm very sorry for everybody's loss in their situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. And one quick announcement. If you have a case summary review and it's going on or it's scheduled, make sure you get your case summary review because there's some folks that are waiting for you. So with that, go ahead, Adam.
Good morning, I'm Scott Reed. I'm here representing Staff Sergeant Arthur Ludke, who was my grandfather, who went missing in action in early 1945 on a reconnaissance mission along the Burma Road in the North Burma Mountains. And very little was ever discussed about my maternal grandfather, probably because he and my grandmother had been divorced earlier. But so he was kind of like that grandfather you never really met or heard much about. And this is my way of trying to learn more about him and his legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cole.
My name is Kathy Angelucci. I'm here with my sister and cousin, and we're here on behalf of my mother's brother, Lieutenant Ed Eisengrein, who served on the USS Intrepid as a pilot of the dive bomber. And his plane was shot down on October 13th, 1944 in the Battle of Formosa.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Donald Carter, and I'm here representing my uncle, Marine Corporal John Edwinson, who was killed on September 24th, 1942. And I'd just like to say to everybody to keep the faith, keep the hope going, because 6 weeks ago I got a call that his remains has been identified and he's coming home.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Morning. My name is Brandon Weber. I am the cousin of Private Elmer Keene. We referred to him as Buster. He was part of the Army, the 168th Infantry Regiment, and the 34th Infantry Division. He was killed attacking a German stronghold April 7, 1944. I have like 5 different stories that conflict each other, passed down through the family. I'm curious, making connections with anybody that had people in that same regiment and division, just trying to figure out what happened. He's somewhere over in Italy. Hopefully we can bring him home. I appreciate everybody's effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Cool.
I'm Gloria Nicholson, and I'm here with my husband, Robert Nicholson, who is a Vietnam vet. Goes out to you Vietnam vets. Thank you. I'm representing my uncle, who I never met because he died a year before I was born. His name was Richard Miller. He's Staff Sergeant Richard Miller, and he was in the Army Air Force. He went down with his plane in Italy, close to the Austrian border, I learned today. We were just in Austria visiting my daughter and her family. And he was shot down March 20th, 1945, on a bombing mission. He was a radio operator and a gunner, and he was 19 when he passed away. And learning about him through my mother and my father, how kind he was, how smart he was, and how handsome he was. I really appreciate this organization for getting in touch with me in 2022 and starting the search with the DNA. And I want to thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Nichols. Right here. I thought someone had their hand up. I'm sorry.
Okay. My name is Seraphine Kelly. I'm here on behalf of my great uncle, Private First Class William Sarsfield McNary. He was in the U.S. Marine Corps, 1st Provisional Marine Brigade Signal Company. He was killed in action on July 21st, 1944. That was the first day of the invasion of Guam. He died while attempting to land on Yellow Beach, and the exact circumstances of his landing vehicle are unknown.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Adam.
This is my first time here. My name is John Parfit. I am here on behalf of my uncle, Army Sergeant James E. Sanborn, he went missing at the Battle of Pork Chop Hill in Korea. We don't know a lot about how it went because it's never been found, and we're hoping that we do hear something at one point. Just to let you know, he is also from here in Portland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parfit. Cool.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Kennedy, and I'm the great nephew of James Stephen Curley, U.S. Navy. Jimmy Jimmy was born in Brooklyn, New York, Greenpoint, Brooklyn, New York. He was part of the Bombing Squadron 103, Fleet Air Wing 7 in the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. He disappeared on March 20th of 1944 while on board a PB-4Y-1 Liberator airplane. It was not known. We never knew the story of Jimmy, what happened to him, and listening to a lot of your stories can resonate with a lot of them. They never talked about it. I got dribs and drabs of information. He was a Gold Star family. In Greenpoint, Brooklyn, I was told that a lot of the streets were lined with Gold Star flags, and we don't know what happened to that flag. So after 79 years, I brought this to the attention of the U.S. Navy, and it was a good thing that I did that because as a result, I discovered that there were 12 members on the airplane that got lost and went down. The area was the Celtic Sea, the area around the Bay of Biscay. What was interesting about this story, and not knowing, and the question was always asked, what was he doing there? It turns out he was on anti-submarine patrol. He was lost on March 20th, 1944. Now, if you put everything in perspective, D-Day occurred on June the 6th, 1944, and as a result, talk about an honorable man, honorable actions, and all those things. We wouldn't be all here talking today if he hadn't done his job. And, hopefully, in the future, his remains will be found. Fortunately, I was able to receive a lot of information, but the details surrounding his disappearance is somewhat mysterious because according to the official reports, an SOS signal went out. So they don't know exactly whether he was shot down by a submarine or perhaps it was mechanical failure. They're sort of leaning towards mechanical failure as a result of the loss. But it appears that this whole story was never on the Navy's radar. So fortunately, I brought it to their attention, and now the search begins. And thank you for listening to the story.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. All the way in the back, Ryan.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Chadwick. I am here for my grandfather, First Lieutenant Robert V. Carter in the Marine Corps. He was in the VMTB 232 Red Devils, and his C-47 went down around New Caledonia on November 23rd, 1943. I am here just to represent our family and hope to find some closure for us. Thank you to everyone here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Teresa Brophy. I'm the great niece of Private Philip Geary. He was in the U.S. Army 5307th Composite Unit, and he was stationed in Burma. He was killed July 1st, 1944. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Murphy.
Hello, my name is Rose Dyke. My brother is Staff Sergeant John H. R. Brooks. He was in the Army. He was a gunner on helicopters. He went down May 13, 1969. I was thinking that I was waiting a really, really long time. I can't believe how long what these World War II families have been through all of these years. My 50-plus years is a long time, but they still are bringing home the World War II, World War I veterans. I thank you, the government, very much for everything that you do for us. To everybody that came today that has never been to meetings before, you will learn a lot from the government people and from the other families that attend. You need to keep informed. You need to keep at the government, the personnel, and let them know that you are interested in getting your family's case solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dyke.
Hello, my name is Mark Shermer. I'm representing my cousin, Radio Man Third Class Cheryl Galt-Mager, who was lost in the foundering of the USS Truxtun off of Newfoundland on the 18th of February, 1942. And we're hoping that eventually his remains can be recovered such that Bubba can come back into his Navy family.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
morning. My name is Lori Murphy. I'm here to represent First Lieutenant William Armstrong. He was on a training mission with his co-pilot Joseph Jones, and they had mechanical failure in the aircraft. They attempted a water landing. This is in the area of the Solomon Islands and specifically Russell Island. And in attempting the water landing, the plane crashed and broke apart, and both of them were lost. There was one survivor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Murphy. Cole.
Good morning. My name is Nick DeBadges, and I am here to represent my grandmother's brother, my great uncle, First Lieutenant Lawrence F. Hoare. He was U.S. Army Air Force assigned to Station 6 Search Squadron, India China Wing, and he went missing when his L-5B went down on May 7th, 1944, between Burma and India. And I'm finding this extremely interesting, and I really just want to say all of you, thank you for your service, and thank you for continuing to hold on and push for these things to get resolved.
Thank you, Mr. DeBadges. Ryan.
Hi again, this is Kim Carlston-Benner, a Gold Star daughter. I wanted to also mention that today I'm a representative of an organization called Mission POW MIA, which is working with families as advocates for your cases, multiple conflicts, World War II, Korea, Cold War, and Vietnam. Advocating for our families as we search for answers, conduct research and investigations to aid in case resolution, to end uncertainty, and to work together to get our dads and loved ones home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Good morning. My name is Tim Benoit. I'm here representing my uncle, Staff Sergeant Lawrence T. Duffy. He was shot down over Tokyo on a bombing mission on a B-29 in April of 1945. He was captured and went to the Tokyo military prison, and on the nights of May 25th and 26th, there was a huge firebombing of Tokyo. 500 B-29s dropped. I think it's 4,000 tons of incendiaries. The prison burned down. Through the good efforts of this organization, they were able to narrow the remains down to 39 commingled remains, and they're getting closer and closer, but yeah, we're very hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Bob Mullane, and I'm here with my brother Tom and my nephew, from my uncle Daniel James Mullane, who was on the USS Strong with his brother Frank. The ship was sunk July 4th, 1943 in the Solomon Islands. Frank was rescued. Danny made it, we found out later, on an island for about 15 days with 5 other sailors. One sailor made it back, Hugh Barr, and that's how there was a book written about 8 years ago that we found out what happened to Danny, and he buried 2 of the guys he was with, and the other 3 went to get help, to get rescued, and we never found out what happened to them, and we hope we can get more information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Sir? Do we have one mic over here? This gentleman right here. Oh. In the meantime, let Adam, go ahead. Hold on a second, Ryan.
Hi, my name's Ed Cashman. I'm the nephew of Second Lieutenant John Henry Cashman, who's a tank commander in the 1st Armored Division. Was killed in Tunisia the 30th of April, 1943. We have a collection at home since I was a small child of the letters that my uncle sent back to my family members, so I've grown up sort of knowing him through all those letters. I recently had a chance to actually go to Tunisia thanks to the fantastic work the Army Historical Center does. And we were actually able to walk the ground and see the battlefield and see the places where he was actually killed and visit both a Commonwealth cemetery and an American cemetery in Tunisia. And the people who maintain those facilities are just amazing. They are beautiful, serene, lovely places, but there are still many, many, many grave markers that say unknown on them in all of those locations. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cashman. Brian?
Hi, my name is John Jubek. I'm here with my wife, Gail. I'm the nephew of Harry Marshall Ream. He was a bombardier in the Air Force on the 28th Bomb Squad. He was shot down 25 miles north of Pyongyang, December 30th, 1952, and he was listed as MIA. My Aunt Sophie went down to Washington in 1954 with a group of women to look to petition the White House to search for their missing husbands. I continue to search. I'd like to thank John Simmerly and the Coalition of Families of Korean and Cold War POWs, MIAs, for helping me in my search. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Marie Chase, and I'm here representing my mother's brother, missing in action, Frank J. Malone, who was shot down over Tunisia in 1944. We have a grave for him already named, and we have a square named after him in our small hometown. And I think it's amazing how many people are here and how important this is to each and all of us. And I appreciate the fact I was able to come here today. And on a brighter side, to let you know, after 55 years, I met an old high school mate here on the same quest as we all are. So that kind of was special, too. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Brian?
Hi, I'm Catherine Mills Woodsum. I'm here with my son and my husband. I'm representing William Conlin. He was a captain in the 36th Bomber Fighter Squadron in Korea. He died on August 1st, 1952. Bill married his high school sweetheart, my mother, and he played a mean harmonica. They went to Waco, Texas in World War II because he wanted to fight, and he was too good. So they kept him home, and he was a trainer pilot for all the other guys who got to go. They had my brother, and when he was a year old, he got recalled. When my brother was a year old, Bill was recalled in the reserves and was shot down after doing a napalm run in North Korea. He dropped from very low altitude, and there's very little likelihood that there will be any remains to recover. This organization was wonderful in allowing my mother to have a burial remembrance in Arlington in 2008. Her siblings and their spouses were all able to attend, and it was a wonderful closure for all of those people before they died. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? 1 second, sir. We'll get you a mic.
Number one, thank you for your time and trouble. We all appreciate it. My name is Louis Gibson, and I'm the husband of Barbara Purdy, who is getting her blood done at this time. And we're here to represent Wilder Purdy of the 13th Squadron, based out of Guadalcanal. Wilder was shot down October 10th, 1943, off the coast of Bougainville by an A6M0. Unfortunately, they all went. Unfortunately, they all went down with the aircraft. And I'm informed that the people on Bougainville will not allow us to go in there and see if we can get the body out. We'll see how that works out. Okay? I'd like to thank you all. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Okay. What? Oh, one last one?
My name is Sandy
Oh,
Canning, and I am representing my uncle, Saul Furman, second lieutenant. It's my sister, my mother's brother. I was contacted. I was trying to get closure from my mother and trying to get a burial at Arlington, and 5 years ago contacted by Paul Axum. And so my uncle, I didn't know any of the circumstances around what happened to my uncle, and Paul sent me this information that he was part of the 374th Bombardier Squadron, and his plane was shot down on January 12th, 1945 by friendly fire. Never recovered, and my family never knew anything about it. He was awarded 11 medals and a Purple Heart that we had never received, which, due to Paul, I ended up getting from my mother, and a complete burial with honors at Arlington Cemetery. And I'm here today, first time with my sister because of Paul. We gave DNA samples, and we're going to try to find out more, and maybe find some remains and get more closure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. I think we're going to take a 15-minute break. Before we move, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence to honor your loved ones. Okay. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. If the family of Corporal Benson is in this room, they need to see you out front. So 15 minutes, we'll be back in this room. Thank you very much.
Except I muted. I'll be right back. Don't worry.
over there, and we were all asking each other, are those yours? It doesn't belong to anybody. Should I bring it to you? Or bring it to someone in the back? We don't know whose laptop it is.
Give away laptops.
I don't know how to, no, I haven't used laptops.
Nobody was sitting over there. You see it?
Just right over here.
Okay, we get everyone back in and seated. We will start the rest of the program. Now we can shut those doors as well. So if you guys, you look at your agenda booklet, you're going to see that we're running a little bit behind, but we're doing okay. We've got 4 briefings coming up. And then we're going to do a Q&A. And the first briefing is going to be, actually 2 of the folks you've already seen, they've been floating around. There they are. Captain Uverard, Sergeant Adams? Osborne. Sergeant Osborne, Captain Jen Vella, and Ms. Simonson. They're going to give you a briefing on, basically, they're going to take you to the field, and they're going to tell you what it's like to be on a field mission. And I think you're really going to like this. And so pay attention. And without further ado, Captain Jen Vella, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back from your break. So thank you so much for joining me. I will be your moderator for today's panel, talking about a day in the life of the field team. So here are some of the topics that we're going to cover today. I'll introduce you to my colleagues that are standing to my right. We'll talk about the arrival at a site, what goes into the preparation before we even get on site, what it's like being in the fields, what happens when we potentially find something in the field, closing a site, and the importance of building relationships with our host nations. So without further ado, I will first turn it over to our SRE, our scientific recovery expert, Miss Mindy Simonson.
Good morning, everyone. You can hear me okay? As Captain Bella said, my name is Mindy Simonson. I am a DoD civilian. I am a terrestrial archaeologist, so specialize in land as opposed to our underwater sites. I have been with the agency in its various past incarnations since September of 2011. I have done recovery and investigative operations. I was trying to remember this morning, I think in like 12 different countries. Vietnam, Laos, Germany, Italy, France, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, Greenland, recently Indonesia, Hungary. So I've worked all the different conflicts. I have not been to Korea yet, but a lot of experience and a lot of different field situations that we can talk to you a little bit about today. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Captain Cole Uverard.
Hoorah, good morning. Captain Cole Uverard from Tennessee. I've been with DPAA now for 2 years. I've been on 5 missions, 3 to Laos, 1 to the Philippines, and 1 most recently to China. I've got 1 year left. Hopefully go on at least 3 more missions. It's a pleasure. It really is an honor to get to look for our past service members, our fallen. I really enjoy this job, and I'll certainly bring my experiences when I get back to the normal Marine Corps and spread the word of DPA.
Thank you. And our team sergeant, Sergeant First Class Adam Osborne.
Good morning, everybody. Sergeant First Class Adam Osborne. I'm from Colorado. I've been with the DPA for about 1.5 years. I've done 3 missions, 1 to Laos, 1 to Vietnam, and then my most recent one was to the Solomon Islands.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Simonson, can you please discuss what goes into getting started at a site?
Absolutely. So part of getting started on a site is once we've identified it, it's getting to the site, which is not always easy. As you guys know from a lot of your family cases, sometimes these losses take place in very difficult to reach terrain. The photo on the top left there that's Papua New Guinea. That was the way we got to that site, and that little tiny kind of shack-looking thing was our landing zone that the helicopter touched down on so that we could actually get out, and we had to bring in all our equipment that way. So that was kind of how things started before we even got to the site, at which point then we kind of do an initial survey. So we use metal detectors, and we identify where we're getting things in the ground to help us focus our efforts so that we can start not only digging but also building the site infrastructure that is needed in order to complete our excavation operations. And Captain Uverard can talk a little bit more about some of that building of the infrastructure and those initial logistics.
Yeah, a lot goes into even getting into the country. We have an incredible team of planners that plan up to 2 years in advance. There's very specific, whether it's an area or a certain war, whether it's World War II, Vietnam, Korea. And usually myself, the SRE, and the team sergeant, we get that about 6 months in advance. And we start planning for anything from logistics requests, vehicles, equipment, even talking to the local officials, specifically what we're going to be doing there. Once we show up, as you can see, it's usually just jungle. So the first thing we have to do is clear the jungle. Everything from snakes and insects that want to eat you. It can be unpleasant sometimes, but we're happy to do it. And then it just guys like myself and using hammers and nails, a lot of times bamboo, mostly bamboo, setting up structures like you see in the pictures there. Anywhere from how what we do with the dirt and the excavation process, and also just building our base camp where we sleep and where we're going to be staying for the next 30 to 90 days. So.
Great, thank you. Sergeant First Class Osborne, can you discuss a bit of the terrain that you've experienced out on mission?
So, like they said, a lot of it is jungle. My first 2 missions were in a jungle area, kind of up in the hills and the mountains. But then my most recent mission to the Solomons, we had an excavation that was actually in town. So there's lots of different logistical things that we had to plan for and consider when we're working in the different areas. When we're working in town, we're not allowed to dig down. If you look at the one photo here, I think it's yeah, you're right. That's a sediment pond. So we use a lot of water to wash away the soil from the evidence that we're trying to find. when we're working in the city, you can't necessarily dig a pond like that. So we had to build a pond above ground and then used some water tanks to circulate the water for us. You can see the one photo up on the top. That's you? Yeah. So sometimes we're working in real hilly terrain, and we'll have to set up lines for hauling buckets, casualty evacuation. We always have to prepare just in case something happens. There's lots of snakes and stuff out there. We've had to set up, and we do training with our mountaineers, hauling lines and things like that to move people and equipment out of areas like that.
Thank you. And Captain Everard, if that's you in the picture, can you talk a bit about what you're doing in that photo?
Yeah, Sergeant Osborne touched on it a little bit, but as you can see a little bit in the picture behind me in the top middle, we're in Laos, and that's a pretty large ravine. We're on a mountainside that took 2 miles to hike up every day, hike back down, bring all of our equipment up. But the best place, something like you see on the right there, that we could get water access to was on top of the mountain. So we had to haul the dirt and the evidence up the mountain with lines like that. That was a shift for about an hour, and I just pull buckets up and down the mountain, and then the next hour I went and dug. So on an average mission, I usually lose about 20 to 25 pounds. So I've already put it back on. So my wife doesn't like me being skinny, so I quickly put it back on. So, but yeah.
Great, thank you.
And just to point out as well, because you will see this later, so that mud pit on the right, that's in Laos. You'll see that same site in a couple of the other slides I'll point out. So I'm just going to remember this. I'm going to talk about it a little bit more later.
Fantastic, thank you. And then continuing, Ms. Simonson, can you discuss the screening process?
So everything that we dig, we then have to process. And as you can imagine, with a lot of these sites, it's been a long time, as you all know very, very well. So the evidence that we recover, those physical items, whether it's pieces of the plane, whether it's remains, whether it's personal items, a dog tag, that's very small pieces. And so everything that we dig up, we then put in the buckets that he's hauling up and down the mountain, and we put it through the screens. It's 1/4-inch wire mesh so that everything gets processed. So if there's any pieces that we can't see because they've been in the ground for so long, so they look exactly like the other dirt, we find it through that process. And so that's what you see in a lot of these photos is the screening stations. The mud pit is from a wet screening station, which is also from this same site here, the one on the right. It's a very, very steep slope. Another example of where we had to put buckets using a zip line, push them back down up to the screen, and the same process over and over again every day for 45 days, or however long we are fortunate enough to be out there on any given mission.
Thank you. Moving on to field life and what it is like being out in the field for an extended period of time. So Ms. Simonson, we'll kick it off with you and some of your experiences.
Sure. Field life is fun. You get to know your team members very well because you work and live with them, sometimes in very small spaces, very austere conditions for a really long time. I added this photo on the bottom left. That was a site in Vietnam. I like this photo because this is us at lunch, which basically consisted of us shoving food in our face for about 5 minutes, and then everybody just trying to pass out and catch up a little rest to make it through the afternoon. So this is us sleeping at lunch. And what we discovered, because it was very hot, and it's Vietnam, so very muggy, and you're very sweaty, is that at the end of lunch, when we all got up and you turned and looked, you could see on the plywood of our break area all of our sweat body outlines. It was really kind of disgusting, but then funny, and we used to try and pick out who was where based upon their sweat body outline. But it definitely, even those small windows of time is what we need to keep us going so that we can continue to put the most effort in every day, every hour that we're out there, because we do have limited time.
Thank you. Captain Uverard?
Yeah, the Marine in me loves this part. So just get out in the woods, get out in the jungle. You're there for extended periods at a time. In the bottom center there, it's a little small, but that was my gym. So we still stay fit out there, don't worry. We like to work out still, even though it's manual labor for usually 8 to 10 hours a day, shoveling and with a pickaxe, and like you said, the ropes and the buckets. But it rains. Recently, when I was in China, it was 110 degrees every single day in a rice paddy. Again, that's why I lose 20 pounds per mission. It's just 9 days on, 1 day off, usually is our battle rhythm. That 1 day off is very much needed, and usually it persists of us just sleeping. But we're ready to go, and it's just, we're constantly reminded of why we're there. Usually, as a team leader, I'll put usually like an 8 by 10 foot poster or canvas of the missing service member that we're looking for. You can see, like, it might be easy to get into a routine. We're just digging. We're in some foreign country. We have no idea what we're doing. But that constant reminder of who we're looking for is my job to remind the team, to bring it back into focus, and to allow us to concentrate our efforts in every way possible.
Thank you for highlighting that. And Sergeant Osborne, can you discuss some of the weather extremes that you've experienced?
Well, so far everywhere I've been has been hot and humid. There's that one photo there with the snow. So far I haven't had to deal with that. I kind of enjoy the cold. I'd rather the cold because you can put more clothes on. When it's hot, there's not much you can do. If you look on the photo on your left, there's the blue tarp is a shelter, and then inside that they have the tents. So we have individual pup tents that we bring for the individuals to help with the mosquitoes more than the rain. Those tents definitely wouldn't hold up to the monsoons that you see there. But yeah, it's hot, but it's fun. The more the environment has an effect on you, the more personally that I enjoy what we're doing. It really helps kind of bring the trauma bonding, the camaraderie with the team. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And Ms. Simonson, can you discuss the feeling of when you potentially find something?
That's the best part. We're out there working for however long, and when we get something that, especially if we think it's possibly remains, something that can correlate the site, something that says this is this aircraft, or this is this individual, especially something identification media, a dog tag. It's the most exciting moment, especially when we've been on a site that we haven't been finding anything. And everyone puts their heart into it every day, but it's, 50 days, in the jungle, in the dirt, sweating your butt off, and you're not seeing anything. So when you first find something, I think I was in Vanuatu maybe, and we're screening, and with our local partners, the guy kind of pulls something out from the other side of the screen with me, and he starts to rub it off, and he starts to kind of try and read something. I still feel bad about this. I think I probably yanked that out of his hand so quick. I was like, oh my gosh. And it was the ID bracelet for the individual, said on the back, with love, from Helen, his wife. We ended up IDing that individual. His wife was still alive, and she came to the lab, and she got her identification bracelet that she'd given to him back. And so those kind of things, those little pieces, they mean the world to us when we're out there, because not only does it bring us that much closer to identifying your loved one, but it just really helps remind everyone why we're there, why we're putting so much effort in, and kind of give you that morale boost to help you work even harder.
Thank you. And Captain Uverard, can you talk a bit more about the morale boost, not only to your troops, but also to the local workers when you find something or potentially find something?
Yeah, we have local workers that are helping us. I think you saw in the video up to 100. I've even seen on a site personally where we had 175 local workers. And it becomes a relationship. A lot of times they don't know why we're there, and sometimes it's our 5th time back to that site. And they know exactly what to do. And just like on our side, it's always a bonus to find something and to lead us in that direction. So they're just as invested as we are most of the time, and it's really enjoyable to see the smile on their faces. They'll crowd around. We have a 10 to 25 man team, and then once the scientist declares, hey, we think we found something, 100, 175 workers will just surround a scientist and want to get a look at it, want to feel it, want to touch it, because just like we have a connection, the local workers have a connection as well, whether it's their own firsthand sight of an aircraft loss or their grandfather's. That's their land that they've been tilling or farming for 80 years, and they know exactly what happened on that land, so they're just as invested as we are.
Thank you. And Captain Uverard, can you talk a bit about closing a site and the end of a mission?
So as a team leader, we're not only responsible for our team members, but also the logistics ongoing on site, and then also the local officials. In the bottom right there, that was the most recent mission to China. In the center is the U.S. ambassador to China. So this is more than just what it means for our families, but also a way to politically bring nations together. So it was mentioned that this is now 46 missions that we partner with. This one was huge to allow us to go in there. So not only did we close down the site logistically and get out, but a lot of involvement with local government. That was my job to speak on the team's behalf, and then as well as the U.S. ambassador. So you can see us there in China with the giant excavator moving a lot of dirt. So.
And I'll also point out on this slide, so the mud pit, and then the slide after that, they kind of had the really steep steps kind of built in. That is this top left image at the end of the mission. So because we dug so deep, and it's in a very steep slope, and we didn't finish the site on that excavation, we spent a lot of time preparing the site to protect it as much as possible, so that not only can we protect any potential evidence that's still there, but also so that the next team that goes in doesn't have to start from scratch. They don't have to dig through all this stuff that we already dug through. So depending on who you ask on my team, it was like 10,000 sandbags. The next day the story was it was like 40,000 sandbags. I didn't count. It was a lot of sandbags. It took us 2 days to do that with a full team. Fortunately for me, I was training a new archaeologist, and the team totally blamed him. They still talk about it. Oh, Blake made us do all this stuff. I may have given him the idea for this, but nobody blames me, which is fantastic. But it shows how much effort and time goes into the whole process so that we can continue to make progress and not have to spend unnecessary time in the future to continue to excavate that site.
Sergeant First Class Osborne.
So this is the first time I'm hearing that you taught Blake how to do that. So I was at another site, very, very similar, and Team Sergeant doing like the supply requests, I know that we used over 9,000 sandbags for a fact. So.
Thank you for correcting that. Captain Uverard, you talked about the photo at the bottom and your mission to China. Can you further explain the importance of building relationships with host nations?
Yeah, we can't do this job without the support of the local workers. They really multiply the effects that we have. I think in the bottom left, you can see in the background there the posters that that we have of the fallen that we're looking for. That's not only in English, it's also translated into the local language so that they can understand what they're doing. And this is a relationship. We have to work alongside them, motivate them as they motivate us. And I have a funny story of I spent last year's Thanksgiving in Laos, and in the rice paddies there, and there's turkeys there just like there are here. Asked for 2, they showed up. The next day they were killed in front of us. So farm to table, right? Very organic. We enjoyed it. But we had, I think the best part of the military service is there's people all over America working with you. So we had a Samoan on our team, and he said he would cook it umu style, which means banana leaves, hot rocks, burlap sacks, and the local workers were screaming that this is not how you cook. You're going to get sick. But he knew what he was doing. They just had never seen it. Spread a little bit of love, a little bit of relationships there. The turkey turned out perfect, and we had a good Thanksgiving. But that's the relationships that we built out there. Even just explaining what Thanksgiving is to the local Lao people was a fun time.
Thank you. And last but not least, Sergeant Osborne, can you discuss your travels back home?
So as we wrap up the end of the mission, depending on what we recover, if we believe that we have possible human remains, we will do I'm forgetting the word right now, the repatriation ceremony, which you can see in the top there. Usually it'll be in conjunction with the local government. They'll do like a ceremonial handover, returning them to the U.S., and then we'll load them up on the bird. Most of the time, it's a C-17. And then after that, we all load up, bring all of our equipment, take off, and then after we take off, you can see we like to spread out and relax. It's generally between a 14 and like a 16-hour flight, but depending on the aircrew, it can be very comfortable. We return home. After we return home, we do like debrief with our EOD techs, our medics, and then we didn't really talk about it, but we have a lot of our team is made up by augmentees. We call them STIAs. We debrief them, help them turn in all their equipment, and then we return them back to their home stations, their own units.
Fantastic. Thank you, team. It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Denise Toe.
Thank you, Captain. Let me get situated here. My name is Dr. Denise Toe, and I am one of the laboratory managers at the DPAA. I'm a board-certified forensic anthropologist, which means I'm an expert in bone. I'm also a forensic archaeologist, and I've been doing archaeology for 30 years, and I'm an expert in dirt. You put those two things together, it means that I'm an expert in the search for, the recovery, and the analysis and the identification of human skeletal remains. Now, I've been asked to do something today really hard, and I've been asked to spend 30 minutes to tell you about the science that is done by the laboratory. And that's really hard for 2 reasons. One, I talk a lot. I will keep it under 30 minutes, ma'am, I promise. I'll try. Number 2, we do a lot of science, and trying to pack that into 30 minutes is really hard. I'll do the best that I can, but I do want to point out 2 people. One is Minnie Simonson, whom you just met right here, and the other is Dr. Sarah Kinshu. Are you in the room, Sarah? Right there in the back. She just walked in. Raise your hand again so people can see you. The 3 of us are going to be here for the rest of the day. So if we don't answer your questions up here, stop us in the hallway. We can talk about science all day long. At least I can. It can be very complex. And so we will be here all day to answer these questions for you. Now, when I say science, you think lab coat, indoors, air conditioning, microscopes. You're not wrong. That is science. And if you go to our laboratory, that's exactly what you're going to see. But that's not where science begins. It's certainly not where science begins. Science begins in the field with the archaeological science. A lot of times you don't think of it as a science because it's just called archaeology. That's actually short for archaeological science. So Mindy Simonson is an archaeologist, but she's actually an archaeological scientist. So science begins in the field when we are in the rice paddies of Vietnam, in the karsts of some jungle or some 18,000 feet up in the Himalayas, or in the jungles of Papua New Guinea, or even in the beautiful flower fields of the Netherlands. That's where science begins, with the archaeological surveys of the sites that we potentially can go excavate. That's why we say archaeological recoveries, but that's not just an operation. It's not just a thing we do. It's a science that we conduct. So remains come in either from recoveries, they can also come in from disinterments. You'll hear me talking about recoveries and disinterments this entire time, but I'm really talking about the science of bringing them into the laboratory. A disinterment is when we go to a cemetery and actually dig a hole and remove the casket of somebody who's buried as an unknown. These are individuals who, at the time of the wars, we believed were American, but could not make an identification. And so they were buried as unknown and have a headstone that only says unknown or known only to God. So these are disinterments. We say today there are no more unknowns. There are only individuals waiting to be identified. So these are the individuals and the remains that come into the laboratory. So when we do these archaeological science in the field, it's not random. We don't just randomly go to a location and say, let's see what we can find. We don't do that. We don't randomly send a team. I don't send Mindy and the captain out to a site and say, see you in 60 days. So let's see what you can find. Good luck. We don't do that. It's a very purposeful decision of when we send a team out to the field and where. It all starts with the historical work. Some of you will meet a lot of our historians today. We have a lot of historians that are here to answer your questions and to speak with you. Our historians are brilliant, genius, and much prettier than I am, and they are amazing people. And they have this amazing ability to go back into the records and really dig down into those rabbit holes of these cases and looking for your loved ones. And so these historians will find us a place. And this example, this is just a random example that we pulled up of a Guadalcanal loss. And there's two sides of the historical work. There's the side where we have records and we're looking for somebody specific. Let's say we're looking for somebody in a P39 in Guadalcanal. And so that person is still missing. And then our historians also look through the records and they read the files and they read the interviews and they read people randomly talking about plane crashes and loss incidents. And somehow all this noise right here and all this work right here have to meet together to find one location in the ground. As it turns out, there's only one P39 terrestrially in Guadalcanal that ever crashed there, and that's probably our guy. And so when we get to that point, we'll send a team out to do an investigation. And that investigation also includes a scientific recovery expert, like Mindy Simonson, like myself. We will go survey that location. And that bottom photograph that you see is that blobby thing on the lower left-hand side is actually an engine block from an aircraft. So it's not random that we just start digging. We will target a location, and when we go look at that location, we decide, is that actually the plane that we're looking for? Is that the right location? Is that even a P39? And so it all starts with the science in the field. And when we get to a point where we decide, yeah, we're ready to start excavating, the excavation is driven entirely by the science. Now, yes, we want to excavate as quickly as possible. We also want to excavate as safely as possible. But we also want to excavate scientifically correct. Every single site is unique. And it doesn't matter if we're on the top of the Himalayas, it doesn't matter if we're underwater, it doesn't matter if we're on the side and it's a 90-degree angle on the site. It's all processed the same way, but the challenges are very unique for each and every site. And so the SRE, the forensic archaeologist, is the one that decides what methods to use. And that is extremely case-by-case basis, site-by-site basis. We can't use a backhoe on every site. We're not going to use scuba equipment on every site. We're not going to use pickaxes on every site. We try to excavate the site as fast as possible, but only as fast as the science dictates. Let me give you an example. All the sites that I've excavated, I've excavated maybe 25, 30 sites for this agency, And 3 times, on 3 separate occasions, I've had somebody on my team come up and ask me this question, and they meant it with sincerity. I don't want to dime them out because they meant this from a good place. They said, "Doc, I know a way we can dig the site faster." And I said, "Bring it. What do you got?" And he said, "If we use dynamite, we'll make the hole faster." He's not wrong. He was absolutely right. But we're going to destroy the evidence in the process. So no, we're not going to use dynamite. But that's where we get the interplay between the team leader, who comes up with all these really great ideas, and the scientific review expert that says either, "Yeah, we're not going to do that," or, "Yeah, let's try that." And so we try to excavate sites as quickly as possible, as scientifically accurate as possible. A lot of times you'll hear that the scientist is moving too slow, and that's because we really have to look at it from a scientific perspective. Everybody in this room most likely sees this as a wall of dirt. What Mindy and I see is science. We see the different strata, the different layers of where the incident lies, of where we need to stop digging, of where we need to dig more, of where we need to dig farther to the left or farther to the right. We have to follow the breadcrumbs. It's not just a question of digging as much as possible, as quickly as possible. We don't have the time to excavate an entire football field. We can if we wanted to, but we have other cases to work on. So the key is to target where in that football field we want to excavate to maximize the chance of return as quickly as possible. And ultimately, science, when we're out there, this has to be done right the first time. Archaeology is often called a very destructive process because we only get one chance to excavate the site. And we have to excavate it right the first time. Now, what I mean by that is, let me give you an example. You may have heard maybe last month, Las Vegas had an old building, an old casino that they took down. I can't remember what casino it was. Tropicana. I've been there. Thank you. Secret about me, I love watching implosions. The building, ooh, it's so cool. When you implode a building, it comes straight down and doesn't hurt a lot of buildings around it. How those demolition specialists can do that blows my mind. But imagine if they did that wrong. And instead of the building coming straight down, it just went and blew sideways and destroyed all the buildings around it. There's no take 2. You can't rebuild this, like, oops, let's try that again. You cannot do that. It's the same thing with archaeology. When you excavate that spot, you have only one chance to do it correctly, scientifically, using the principles of forensic archaeology. And if you don't do that, then you may lose data, and worst of all, you may lose evidence. And when we get to a point where we're ready to shut down, we have to excavate the site to its archaeological limits, case-by-case basis of archaeological limits. That's when we decide there's really not much left to find. And all the evidence is brought back to the laboratory under a chain of custody. Now, what that means is that all our field operations, we conduct as if it was a modern-day forensic crime scene. And we do that because everything that we do in the field has to be able to be defensible in a court of law. And by doing so, we use modern-day forensic crime scene. We are ultimately a forensics laboratory. Now, disinterments are slightly different in the sense that their primary location of where these individuals fell is somewhere else in the world, but they ended up in a cemetery. So there's really not much excavation going on except for opening the hole of where the casket is. But those remains still have some primary information, primary archaeological information of where they came from. We'll excavate various cemeteries around the world for these disinterments. One of the busier ones is the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, which is about 10 miles from our laboratory in Hawaii. It is an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful cemetery if you ever get a chance to visit. There's also a cemetery in Manila that is also beautiful, where we do a lot of these disinterments, and all around the world, the Ardennes in Belgium, for example. But we will look at these disinterments from all over the world. Now, shifting over a little bit to everything that comes into the laboratory, everything that is found in the European theater generally goes to our laboratory in Omaha, Nebraska, and everything that is found in the Pacific theater generally will go to our laboratory in Hawaii. Our evidence and everything that we do in the laboratory is accredited by this organization, the ANSI-ANAB, and what it means to be accredited. I can spend days talking about what it means to be accredited, but let me narrow it down into one tiny little example. If I told you that I won an award for being the smartest scientist in the world And you said, oh, nice. Who gave you that award? And I said, my mother. Are you going to trust that? Maybe not so much. But if I told you I won an award because I won the Nobel Prize, then you'd be more likely to say, oh, maybe she knows what she's talking about. You'll trust my science a little bit more. It's more credible. So when we are accredited, what that means is that we have an external organization, this one I just mentioned, who actually comes in on a regular basis, yearly basis for the general review, and every 4 years for a real review, the pull down your pants and cough to the left review of everything that we're doing, every single one of our processes, literally, and I'm not even joking about this, over-the-shoulder review, where somebody will stand right here and watch everything that I'm doing to make sure that we're doing it correctly. Now, what that means for you is that you can trust that we are using the best practices of forensic archaeology and forensic science and forensic anthropology and forensic odontology and cutting our DNA samples. We're using the best practices of forensic science. That means that you can trust that our work is beyond reproach. Everything that we do is done as best as possible. And that's what it means to be accredited. That also applies to our field work as well, the way we process our recovery sites. Now I'll shift over to what we do and how we make an identification. Somebody asked me this in one of the earlier meetings. What are the different lines of evidence that we use to make an identification? Now we already talked about archaeology, so I'm going to move on from archaeology, but that's one line of evidence. Most people think we make all of our identifications with DNA. That's it, DNA done, move on. But that's actually not the case. We use these multiple lines of evidence, and I'm going to mention first, we already talked about archaeology, so I'll move on to material evidence. These are sometimes also known as personal effects, but I'm talking about the items that we find on site. Anything that can help us make the identification is very useful to us. The most obvious thing is if we are not sure that P39 that we were looking at, is that the right P39? Are we in the right spot? If we find an ID tag of our pilot that we're looking for, yeah, we're in the right spot. And that helps us to make the identification. So material evidence can be very powerful in providing circumstantial evidence. It can also help tease out commingling when you've got remains of multiple people from a plane crash. If we have a plane crash and we find an assemblage of remains over here, and an assemblage of remains over here, and we find something in the screens, we find an ID tag in the screens, I want to know where did that come from, because if that ID tag came from over here, it's probably that guy. If that ID tag came over here, it's probably that guy. So maintaining the location of where every single tiny little thing came from is absolutely critical when we do archaeology. The forensic anthropology is basically the skeletal analysis. Now you've heard the phrase, you may have heard the phrase osseous material, osseous. Osseous is just a fancy word for bone. It's a Latin word for bone. So the forensic anthropologist, the first thing we have to answer is it bone or not? It may not be. Turtle shells and coconuts, they do fantastic in tricking us. We just worked one of our mass disasters in Maui, heavy fire. Some of you have heard about that. I never knew that drywall could look exactly like human skull. Drywall, yeah. Even we were fooled. It was amazing how similar it looked. So is it bone or not? That's the first thing. And then is it human or not? Non-human material is very common for us out in the field, and trying to tease that out is tricky. We don't always find complete human skeletons. A lot of times we find one small little piece of something. And then the forensic anthropologist, what I will look at when I get remains in the laboratory is I will build a biological profile. Now, we do everything in the blind. Doesn't mean I'm wearing blindfold. It just means that I don't know anything about the case. I don't know where the remains came from. I want to stay as objective as possible. And I want to build a biological profile. Is this male or female? Oftentimes we get remains of female individuals in the laboratory. I want to figure out the age, the ancestry, the stature, trauma, the pathology, all those little things that could help us make an identification. The very first case I ever got in the laboratory was a fellow who was missing his pinky. It looked like it had healed up pretty well, so it was not war-related, but I noted that in my report. And when we were looking at who it could be, sure enough, the person that we identified him as had a lawnmower accident when he was 15, had his pinky chopped off. That helped make the identification. We also look at chest radiographs. So what we do here is use x-rays. Now, our x-rays are only as good as what we compare it to. So as it turns out, we have about 13,000 x-rays of individuals, many from World War II, but also Korean War, that they took x-rays when they were inducted into the military because they were looking for a certain disease. Who can tell me what disease we're talking about? Yeah, tuberculosis. A lot of people right here. Tuberculosis manifests itself in the lungs, and so you can see that on an x-ray really well. So we have these 13,000 x-rays, and now we don't actually care about the lungs anymore. Of course, we care about the bones. So we will take remains that we have in the laboratory, especially the ones up here in the collarbone. We will take an x-ray of that, and we will superimpose them, as you can see in this photo in the middle, to see if there's what we call concordance. Do they match? Clavicles can actually be more useful and more distinct than your fingerprints. So we use the clavicle chest x-ray method as another line of evidence. Now, stable isotopes, this is the part of the chemistry class. I don't know about you folks, but I fell asleep in my chemistry class in high school a lot. Thankfully, a lot of our scientists did not, and they are now part of our laboratory. And we have an isotope laboratory in our laboratory in Hawaii. This is the chemistry part. What they're looking at, bones and teeth, down to the chemical level, down to the elemental level of the periodic table. We're talking carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen, strontium, and they're looking at the various ratios. Why? Because you are what you eat. If you live on a diet of meat and potatoes, your isotope ratios are going to look different than somebody who lived a diet eating rice. So if I'm looking for a pilot that crashed in Vietnam, and I find remains, and we can see from the isotope signature that that looks like somebody who maybe had a diet of meat and potatoes, chances are that's going to be our pilot and not somebody random in Vietnam whose plane crashed on top of his house. So that helps us tease out individuals. It also helps us tease out commingling when bones are mixed together. And it also can help determine where somebody maybe grew up. If we look at the isotope ratios in your teeth, that's going to have a signature of where you grew up. When teeth stop growing somewhere around, your last tooth comes in at around 18, your wisdom teeth, and everything before that, the last one comes in around 11 years old. So think about where you were up until you were 11 years old. That will permanently be marked in your teeth. And so we look at those teeth and those ratios to try and figure out where somebody grew up. That's also how we use isotopes in our laboratory. Teeth are awesome. Teeth are amazing. They preserve better than bones. Oftentimes, what we'll find on site is a lot of poorly preserved remains, poorly preserved bones, very good preserved teeth. So we have several dentists, both military and civilian, in our laboratories that can help us make identifications with the dental records. The DNA evidence, I will not steal Dr. Main's thunder. He's going to talk about this for another 30 minutes. But I will only say that DNA is a powerful, powerful tool to help us make identifications, but it's not the end-all, be-all. If we can make an identification without DNA, we will do so. If we can make an identification with all these other lines of evidence, and we don't have to bother Dr. Romain in his office, in his lab, we will do so. So DNA is just another thing in the toolkit. It's another tool in the toolkit of all these multiple lines that we have. So what I want to do now is, now that you know all our multiple lines of evidence, I'm going to walk you through an actual identification that we did. This is an actual real case, so this is not made up. And the topic that we're going to talk about, this specific example is a World War II case. Now what we want to point out, look at the number on the bottom, that's going to be rolling throughout this. 72,000 people that we have missing from World War II. 72,350. This number changes all the time. We may have made an ID yesterday. Of course, the number will go down. That's a massive number. How do you get from 72,000 to one person? That is a massive number. It all starts, first of all, with the historians. Starts with the historians, and in this particular example, I'm going to talk about something called Operation Tidal Wave, which was Operation Tidal Wave actually only lasted 23 minutes-ish. August 1, 1943, we had 177 B-24 Liberator bombers try to bomb an oil refinery in Ploiești, Romania. And from those 177 B-24 bombers, 22 of them crashed, and we lost 310 people. So just from there, obviously we're not looking for the survivors. That number goes down to 310. That's still a massive number. Many of them were buried in the Boulevard National Cemetery as unknowns, no names whatsoever. And eventually the AGRC, the American Graves Registration Service, exhumed all of them and identified whoever they could, and whoever they couldn't was interred. Those 85 people that they could not identify were interred in the cemetery in Belgium as an unknown. And we have since exhumed all of them, 88 caskets worth. You can see some of the images of what it looked like with the records and whatnot. And so those 85 people that we have unaccounted for drops down to 11 when we look at the DNA. Now, this photo that you see here is one individual. The little yellow tags is everything we cut for DNA sample. We cut in-house in Hawaii or in Nebraska, and then we send to the DNA laboratory at the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. Of the DNA sequences that we have, 74 individuals were excluded. Now, I mentioned that earlier today in one of the family meetings. It's not just finding a match, it's also being able to exclude. It's being able to say it's not these people. And so 74 people were excluded, leaving 11 people. So now we've gone from 72,000 to 11. All right, making good progress. Still not an ID, but getting a lot better. Let's look at the teeth. Of those 11 people, how many people of those 11 people had a dental chart that was consistent with what our dentist looked at on the table? And those arrows are pointing specifically to some issues with tooth number 20. Tooth number 20 was particularly problematic with this individual, so we excluded one person from those 11, and that leaves us now to 10 people. Okay, getting better? Now let's look at the skeletal remains, the anthropological analysis. The image that you see on the right is the remains that we have, and just an anthropological sketch that we do of what's there and what's not there. We determined that this individual was male. This individual was of European ancestry, between 23 and 28 years old, which is the typical age for flyers in bombers. The stature of this individual, 68 inches. That's 5'8" to 74 inches, so give or take a couple inches, but that's the range of how tall this individual was. So of those 10 people that we had whose dental records matched, we eliminated 8 of them, leaving only 2 people. Can we go any further? Of course. CXR comparison. The collarbones. We looked at their x-rays and we compared them, and we were able to exclude one individual, leading only one positive individual and one positive match. So that's how you go from 72,000 to one person. In this case, it was a combination of the historical data, the DNA, the anthropology, the dental. Not all cases are like this. Some cases are very heavy on the material evidence. You notice I didn't say anything about material evidence. There was no material evidence in this case. This was a disinterment. But if this was a plane crash, maybe there's boot sizes. Maybe there's dog tags. Maybe there's rings. Maybe there's watches. If it's a recovery, maybe there's information from the archaeology and the excavation of the site that help tease us out. For example, if we're looking for 2 people from a bomber, and we're looking for the pilot and we're looking for the tail turret individual, and we excavate a site and we find remains here and it's in the cockpit, and we find remains over here and it's the tail turret, chances are that's the guy from the tail turret and that's the pilot. But if there's no archaeology, then in this case we can't use that as a line of evidence. So in this case there was no material evidence, so there's no archaeology, but the other lines of evidence were really strong. And that's how we made an identification. So the last little bit that I'll follow up is some of these special projects that we are working on. Now, I will point your attention to the first line, the Korean War Identification Project. And it says K208. The K stands for Korea. And the reason why I'm pointing this one out is because all of our projects were born from this project, even the World War II ones, even the Vietnam War one. And you think, well, how is that possible? I'll tell you how that's possible. K208 stands for the 208 boxes that we received in 1993 from North Korea. They turned over to the United Nations and then to us 208 boxes. And you think, well, 208 boxes, 208 people, right? Nope. One box turns out multiple people. In the next box, multiple people. In the next box, multiple people. So it wasn't as easy as we were hoping. And so the only way for us to actually identify and look at these boxes is to go into a giant room and take out all 208 boxes and take everything out. We couldn't go one by one. We had to look at it from a project perspective of one big, gigantic project. So because of that, when we received a unilateral turnover in 2018, also from North Korea, this time they gave us 55, so you hear that referred to as the K-55, we knew already that's not 55 people. As it turns out, we have already made 90, at least 91, maybe 92 now, identifications from the K-55. So definitely not 55 people. But what that taught us is that there are many times we have a project where we cannot go one casket at a time. So a lot of these disinterments come out in projects. We have to make them all, take them out at once, lay them all out, and inventory everything before we can actually do any analysis. And so all these projects that you see here are special projects that have to be done as a whole. Many of these are World War II projects. The most recent and the newest project is the West Lock project. That's West Lock is for the West Lock area of the island of Oahu, where the Pearl Harbor attack occurred. That project was just born as a project. We just assigned a project leader in the laboratory, and that project leader has team members assigned to it. And that's the only project they work on. That's all they do. And so these are all the projects that are in progress. You'll note that one project here that is no longer on this list, that is the USS Oklahoma project. And that is a project that's very similar to all of these, where we have finished that project. We anticipated we'd be able to identify maybe 85% of those individuals. We ended up identifying 91% of those individuals. And that project has now sunsetted and finished. And that's the hope, is that eventually the next family update, some of these projects are not going to be on this list anymore because we've finished the project. That's the goal. But these projects are complicated. When you think one casket coming out of the cemetery, you think one individual. You have this image in your body in your brain that these are full bodies. Full-fleshed bodies, still embalmed. They're not. And you have this image that it's one complete skeleton. They're not. In many cases, these are commingled. Commingled is a word to say everything's mixed up, everything's jumbled up. It's not that simple. Many times we'll open these caskets and there's multiple people. So this little skeleton image here is a drawing of one casket. All those different colors are different DNA sequences. So there's different people. It's not uncommon for us to see 2, 3, 10, 15 individuals in one casket. Now, the first casket that we ever disinterred from the USS Oklahoma in 2003, one casket, 94 different people in the one casket. This is still only a 6-foot casket. 94 different DNA sequences. So the level of mixing up and the jumbling up is profound. And that's one of our major challenges when it comes to identifications of the unknowns. The other level of challenge that we have is extreme fragmentation. This type of fragmentation that you see here, nothing in these photographs looks like a human skeleton. Nothing in these photographs looks like any bone that you or the general public or a reasonable human being could ever even identify. There are some fragments in here that even I cannot identify, because the level of fragmentation in some of these cases is profound. And there's not much we can do with these. If we can still cut them for DNA and analyze them and identify them, we will try to do so. But in many cases, not much can be done with them, and we may call them these group remains. If it's a plane crash with 12 people, we may group these into one group and say these are the group remains of these 12 individuals, because they can't be teased out anymore. So finally, as my last slide, and I'm only 1 minute over, is the summary of this is that everything that we do as part of the laboratory, by our laboratory scientists, it's controlled recovery of data in the field that starts with the historical work. We don't make any identifications individually with only one line of evidence. We use multiple lines of evidence. And ultimately, we have to be able to compare to a lot of ante-mortem data, ante-mortem being data before someone died. In fiscal year 24, we accounted for 172 individuals. The year prior to that, it was 153. I'm supremely confident that we will go higher than that this year. And the goal is to definitely go more and more every single year. So that is it for my time. Like I said, I'll be here for the rest of the day. I'm very happy now to pass the microphone on to Dr. Tim McMahon from the Armed Forces Medical Examiner Systems DNA Laboratory. Sir?
Hear me okay? Perfect. So I'm Tim McMahon. I'm the Director of DNA Operations, as you heard, for the Medical Examiner. So today I'm going to talk about, again, science. I'm going to try and make it to a point where even I understand it. Okay. So when we go there, we are a different organization. So DPAA falls under the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. Our boss ultimately is the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel Readiness. So basically, family members at the aunt and uncle level, different there. We are part of the Defense Health Agency, and we are located in Dover, Delaware. Okay, so not too far. We'd love to show our lab to you. I can't promise you palm trees or anything, but I can promise snow. We get maybe one snowstorm a year. We're located on Dover Air Force Base. And the reason for that is where the last port mortuary is, where any current day losses are brought into there for us to determine cause and manner of death. So again, when we think about DNA technology, and any CSI fans here? Yeah, okay, right? The first time DNA was used in a criminal court case was in England in 1988. The first time DNA was used to assist in the identification of a Vietnam unknown was 1991. Also in 1991, DNA was used to assist with the identification of service members killed in the first Gulf War. So the Department of Defense has been using DNA, and we've been partnered for 34 years with the DPAA to assist with that. I'm not going to go into accreditation. We are accredited just like Dr. Toe talked about. We are accredited not only to the ANAB, ISO 17025, but we are also accredited to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Quality Assurance Standards. So when you think of that, all of your state and local crime labs, we have the exact same accreditations that they do. In August, we had 9 scientists from around the country come in. They went through our whole laboratory, and we were reaccredited with only 1 finding. It was very easy for us to do. So we are accredited as well to give you, the families, confidence that what we are doing, even though it's 10 years ahead of your state and local crime labs, is to a scientific integrity beyond reproach. We get about 3,000 samples a year from the DPAA. We try to report out 3,600 analyses, okay? So that's a DNA analysis. So I have 3 tests, and we'll talk about that. I can do the mitochondrial DNA, which is from the maternal side. I can do a Y chromosome test, which traces the paternal side. And then I can do basically a paternity test if mom and dad references we have. If I have brothers and sisters, I can do sibling tests. And then if I have sons and daughters, I can do a paternity. And I can actually use grandchildren because they share a quarter of their DNA with their missing service member. So we do all of that. I'm happy to announce that this year, with our existing budget and staff, we actually did a 12% increase. We reported out 4,000 analyses to the DPAA. So we increased our workload based on what we were doing. So that kind of tells you about what we do and how we do it, to an extent. Everyone looks at modern crime scene, they see the CSI, and they do it in 45 minutes, okay? I would love to be able to say I can do it in 45 minutes. We're getting closer. On a modern crime sample, I can take a cheek swab like we collect for the FRSs, and I have an instrument in-house that I can put that swab in, and 90 minutes later, I have a full profile. So sure, I can do that with a modern. No way I'm going to be able to do it with a bone. So, but you got to think, everybody is building their kits, how we do this, with the paint that we buy and all of that stuff for modern crime scene samples, not 80-year-old samples that have been in the environment that have been degrading over time. So a lot of times we actually have to develop the new methods. So there might be a quiz at the end of this, so I want you all to remember fit for use, right? All of our do-it-yourselfers, right? If you're like me, you have that full set of flat-headed screwdrivers, and you have that full set of the Phillips head screwdrivers, and you got the same ones that go into your drill. Why? Because it makes life easier, right? You got that fit for use. Well, that's how we differ from your state and local crime labs. It's about what we bring to the table. And so I'm not going to talk a lot about the science, but how we do it and why. So the question that always comes up is, does the circumstance of your testing strategy drive how you sample, or is it the vice versa? And I will argue it's a combination of both. And you heard excellently from Dr. Toe, I'm not going to go into this. They could have a casket that can have anywhere from 1 to 94 or more people in it, right? So testing strategy, what they send to us, they determine based on how they need DNA to help them segregate. Think of a jigsaw puzzle. We want to take those DNA samples and establish the borders, right? And then we will use other tests to include DNA to get to that identification. So as I just said, sampling is driven, but it's also based on 33 years of combined experience of what samples work, what technology supports, how they do it. A lot of people think just because DPA is in Hawaii and off it, we don't talk. We talk every day. We have meetings. In fact, we just had a cases for ID meeting that went 2 days, 2 4-hour meetings to get to a point to discuss, can these move to an identification? So it is this constant discussion of what we can do that is best to serve our fallen heroes and return them to you, their loved ones. The question is, Denise pointed out, right? Ideally, you think of a casket and you get a full skeleton. If you had that choice, you could choose the best sample. A lot of times we don't have that option. So we have to develop methods to work for everything that they can send to us. So in the beginning, we modified our extraction protocol. So extraction is a very, very, very big word. It means I dissolve the bone, and that's how I get the DNA out. And as you can see with this skeleton, we have gone to a point under what we call an organic method. So method 1, to get the DNA out. I can get DNA 90% of the time from any bone that way. That's great. The previous method only allowed me to get it from your femurs and your weight-bearing bones. So now we developed a method that allows us to do what we need to do. Now I'm going to reuse this figure as we go through, because as you bring new tests on, most labs get rid of what they don't do. Oh, I'm going to bring this new method online, so I don't need this anymore. We don't do that. We keep everything online, and you're going to see why in a little bit. So the bottom line is the DNA testing that we do is going to be influenced by the sample that's submitted. Was it chemically treated? Did it have significant fire damage? Was it in acidic soil? Was it underwater? If it's underwater, do we need to remove the salt from it, desalinate it, just like you see on the History Channel? All of that stuff comes into play on how we get to the answer that we need. Bottom line is, whether it's bone or teeth, we have to use a very high-tech tool. It's called the Dremel tool. You all have one, I'm pretty sure. The reason we want to do that is, if you've ever seen a bone or environment, there's outside elements that get into it. We want to sand that all away and remove that. It removes the chance of contamination of other individuals who may have touched it. We are unique. On the right-hand side, you will see how we do teeth. Most crime labs will take your tooth, they'll throw that tooth into a blender cup, and they'll grind it all into a powder, and it's gone. DNA is a destructive test. We get rid of it. You heard from Ms. Winbush this morning that we have made IDs on a single tooth. So what we do is we drill around the cap of the tooth, open it up, drill the DNA out of the inside so the tooth can be returned to the family member. So even though we can do it that way, we can get enough DNA. Bottom line is we have to take the sample, clean it, make a powder out of it, and then dissolve it and get the DNA. So it is a destructive test, which is why we rely on the excellent scientists at DPAA to choose what samples to send us. What I want you to focus on this slide is the red. Each one of those is a different extraction. Again, how do I dissolve the bone? How do I purify the bone? Purification to get to the DNA is like a Brita water filter. We have a special filter. You know, you put the water in, the Brita water filter takes everything out you don't want. For us, we put the DNA in, the filter binds the DNA, and then we wash everything else out away that we don't want. But those different extraction methods, as you can see by the complex arrows, all feed into the different DNA tests. So 4 methods gives us the greatest chance of getting results for what we want. I'll give you an example. So remember the skeleton that had the green all over it? That was what we call an organic method. Okay, so it uses some nasty chemicals and we have to worry about all that. So we brought it what we call an inorganic, a different method online that doesn't use as nasty chemicals. So here we get this powder. You can see it's kind of oily black from the Oklahoma. And we decided, great, we're going to try that. We're going to run down the whole way with that. However, what we found was that it was black due to coal oil, and then the coal oil actually bound to the magnetic beads in this second method that we developed, and we were losing DNA. So we had to go back to the original method to get the 98% success rate that we had with the USS Oklahoma. But if we had gotten rid of that first method, we wouldn't be able to do what we did now. So again, it's fit for use. So what types of DNA? That giant blue blob there is like the hard drive of your computer. It's called nuclear DNA. You get half from your mom, half from your dad. It's going to tell you how tall you are, how fast you're going to go gray, 26, you know, your eye color, all of that, right? Those little squiggly molecules that we call mitochondrial DNA, they're like the batteries of your cell. They give you energy. And the mitochondria only come from mom. Where there's one giant blue blob or hard drive in your computer, the mitochondrion could have hundreds to thousands. So you have one nuclear copy of DNA and hundreds to thousands of mitochondrial DNA, which is why we lead with mitochondrial first through the mother's line. It gives us the greatest chance of getting a result. And it establishes the jigsaw, right? The jigsaw puzzle, the corner pieces, and then I go to the nuclear DNA tests to do the fine tuning. So when we look across the top, these are the different tests that we can do. I'm going to talk about the one that's tried and true, the Sanger method. This is the one we've been doing since 1991. What that allows us to do is we can take any reference along the maternal line. The farthest we've ever gone out is to a maternal 7 times great-grandniece. So way, way out there on the list. That individual did not know they were even related to this Southeast Asia loss. As soon as they found out, donated, and we were able to make that association and assist with the identification. When we talk about that, it's very labor intensive. It takes a lot of work, and for us, we have to do everything in duplicate. So if we get the answer, a second scientist has to extract the same sample, go down, and those 2 answers have to meet because it tells us we're getting the correct answer. With the highly damaged DNA, if they don't match, we could be having sporadic, we could have picked up a contaminant, we could have picked up something else. So we have to do everything in duplicate. So it's very labor intensive. However, as you heard, it's very good at taking something that's highly commingled, multiple people, and then pulling them out into discrete samples to this sequence. So it allows us to find those common sequences, to establish the number of people in there, and then to start working the identifications that way. Big thing to cheer is anything in red is the important take-home. It would need additional support. Okay, so initially mitochondrial DNA, we've heard that there's a common sequence. If we look at mitochondrial DNA being circular, we look at a region between 11 and 1, I match 7% of all Caucasians. Now that we can sequence the whole mitochondrial genome, I can be segregated. But typically, we would have to go to if I was missing, go to my identical twin and get his reference and look at the Y chromosome like that. So Sanger sequencing at this level requires additional testing sometimes, biological ancestry and dental and stuff like that, so those multiple lines of evidence. Now, let's talk about when we see this graph here. On the left-hand side, you can see small little bar graphs at about 117, 122. That is a typical non-chemically treated sample. That's telling me I got DNA in there, I can get a result. When we look at this over here, you don't see any of it in that range, which is a normal DNA testing method, right? Has to have that. This is our chemically treated samples. So everyone wondered why it took us till 2016 to crack the shell on the chemically treated sample. It was because modern DNA testing technologies needed 1-inch pieces of DNA, and the average size of this here was 1/2-inch pieces of DNA. So there was nothing out there. So we had to develop a method, and we had to come up with our own on it. So we came up with a way to capture the human DNA. So when I take anyone done 23andMe Ancestry.com? All right, or donate today, we take a cheek swab, right? High amounts of human DNA, very low bacterial or that. When I get a sample from the environment, I have very little amount of human, all this bacterial, fungal, parasitic, right? I wish I had a magic 8-ball or a magic filter that I could just get the human DNA, but I can't. I get everything. So this is the science side of it. We're going to forget about that. We're going to talk about how Dr. McMahon explains it because he's a jelly bean fanatic, right? If I asked you to reach into that jar and grab every white jelly bean, which was human DNA, you couldn't do it. So what we did is we built something that would adhere only to the human DNA, and it had a metal molecule on it. And then we use a magnet, and we pull the human DNA out. So we basically went fishing for the human DNA, and we captured it. And that allowed us to enrich for the human DNA in these chemically treated samples, and then go on to get a DNA result. We brought this online in 2016. We have since then shown that samples from Cabanatuan, POW camp, and these chemically treated are as damaged as 40,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA. Stuff in purple here is our typical DPAA chemically treated samples. In green is the Neanderthal DNA, which is why it took us so long to develop a method. Think about DNA as damaged as 40,000-year-old Neanderthal DNA. However, what I can say, in 2016, we were able to do 4 samples a month. Last year, my team was able to do 100 samples per month. This year, with more training and better instruments that we were able to buy, we averaged 130 samples per month just on these chemically treated samples. Since 2016, we've tested over 6,700 samples. That has led to 476 first-time named believed to be reports. That means that it's going to support an identification. Up until 2016, we would not have been able to support this with DNA. But that's how we're that much further ahead of all of our units. So again, when we do this, it's great for mitochondrial DNA. I get the whole genome, but I can't go any further than that. I can't use nuclear DNA because the DNA is too damaged. So I'm going to talk about later on how we're going to solve that problem. So when we think about autosomal STRs, I talk about identity by descent. If I'm a tree, at the trunk it's thick, I have half the DNA of my mom and dad. As I go up my tree, the trunk thins. I have a quarter of the DNA of my grandparents because I have 2 sets. An eighth of the DNA of my great-grandparents, because I have 4 sets, so identity by descent. That's why we can use mothers, brothers, fathers, sisters, all of that in a nuclear DNA. However, when I look at the organic method here, and I go straight into autosomal STRs, you see my success rates drop if I use the organic method. But if I go to that second method, the different extraction, you can see I can start to increase into the 90% and higher rate of success. So if we know that we have to do an STR test, we will re-extract the bone because it gives us the best chance of getting a result. So again, it's that fit for use, right? So tool number 1, tool number 2. Tool number 1 works great for mitochondrial DNA, but it doesn't work so well for nuclear, so I go to my tool number 2. So again, fit for use. Now, autosomals are tough because I have a limited reference pool. Mom and dad, brothers and sisters, wives and children and grandchildren. I have a limited pool. Very tough to get to those. That's why we use multiple different tests to get to. So when we talk about Y chromosome, I can now test the whole Y line. So females are XX, males are XY. So we can test that Y chromosome. It opens up a large pool of populations. Why is that important? Because if I have a maternal result and I get a Y result, I can take the mathematical, what we call likelihood number, and multiply them together. And we're getting statistics into the trillions. It's X many times trillion more likely that this bone is the biological uncle of these individuals. So it gives, again, trillion, billion, we're getting into air, that's confidence. So, but again, the same thing, it works better under tool number 2. So again, why we have to have multiple different tools on here that are fit for use. Future. So my people have done 23andMe and Ancestry.com. If you do that, they give you a result that talks about a single nucleotide polymorphism. You've all probably heard in the news about forensic investigative genetic genealogy, how they're solving cold cases. Well, great. So 2016, I brought on that new method for the chemically treated, right? We tried one of the commercial ancestry kits looking at 820,000 markers. We recovered 30,000. Wasn't going to work. So for the last almost 10 years, we've been developing our own single nucleotides polymorphism test. So single meaning one, nucleotide meaning how the base interacts in your DNA. So we are looking at those differences. When you look at these differences, it's not only how many you have in common that tells you who you're related to, it's also how long of a piece of DNA that you have. So that's great if it's this sample here, modern DNA that you spit in a cup, you go to Ancestry.com. But when our samples come in, they're looking for this across all of this distance. For us, what we're looking at, this is our typical DNA. You wouldn't be able to do that match, right? So we had to develop a method on that. So to do that, we went out to a commercial. We asked, hey, who out there can develop a method, the computer software, that regardless of your relationship, if you were within 4 generations of the missing service member, so a great aunt or uncle or first cousin once removed, you now become a nuclear DNA reference. So if you're a maternal niece, you are now a nuclear reference. If you are a paternal niece, which we couldn't test, you are now a nuclear reference. Why did we set it up that way, right? Why did I only look at this? 1 is science. 2 is that matches 98% of all the references that we have on file and still have in my lab that we've collected since 1991. What this graph is showing is that the DNA size, or how damaged the DNA, is directly applicable to how many of those markers that we can recover, and we need about 25 to 30,000. There will still always be some samples that don't work, but you can see for the majority, we're getting above our threshold to be able to use this in an identification effort. So, science, we're gonna demystify this. E is a way that is to an exponent. So the world's population is E to the 9th. So this new method that we developed, we can actually look at an unknown sample, compare it to itself, and get a confidence of E to the 1200th. Remember, E to the 9th is the world's population. E to the 1200th, that these two samples are linked, okay? So then, if we have these unknown samples, and we have a full sibling, and then from the sibling, we have the niece and nephew, we can then start to compare nuclear DNA results to say, is it this individual? So if we look at the brother and sister, potentially full sib, it's E to the 264th. So the bottom line is, I can't even tell you what number that is. Like E to the 19th is quintillion. I can't even, that's such an astronomical number. The bottom line is the posterior probability, which is the odds that the unknown samples are related to the reference, is a 99.999%. So that will be assist in the identification. So we are now moving to a point that we're removing any concerns about limited common sequences in the mitochondrial DNA. We are looking to bring this online in December. It's taken us 2 years to validate. It was an 88-page write-up, and then, so that's how we get to that. So that now is transitioned from how we've taken 1991, maternal DNA, groups it, helps us with the IDs, helping DPAA, pulling in all that other. We will finally be able to say to DPAA, if there is only a single tooth, we will be able to give them a positive identification using this method. It will be, like I said, 100 times more than the world's population. So we're excited about that. So in summary, our testing is not static. We have to be able to change with every casket that comes up, with every recovery that has come to us. We need to validate everything that we can, but 9 times out of 10, we have to develop it. The last 2 methods, scientific methods here, are now being used in the world, were developed by us for forensics. So we will never, ever not test anything. Believe it or not, this question comes up. If a sample was tested in 1995, was too small to be retested at that time, we always, as we bring methods online, work with DPA and we revisit those issues. So samples will get tested as science and technology changes. And we will continue to be a leader in forensic development. So my promise from my people, we have 155 scientists in my laboratory. 95 of those are assigned to the past accounting mission. Our promise is to never give up, to always look to develop new methods that are fit for use so that we can return our fallen heroes to you, the family members, as fast as we can. So with that, I'm going to introduce my esteemed colleague, Rocky Gillette, to talk about partnerships and innovations. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, you all. I'm Rocky Gillette. Thank you, Tim, for the introduction. I'm the Director for Partnerships and Innovation at DPAA. And today I'm very excited to share with you some of the ways that DPAA is using strategic partnerships and new innovation programming to fulfill our accounting mission and to provide answers to you, the families. I want to start by saying it's great to be back in Maine. My father was a Navy aviator, and when I was about 3 years old, that's a long time ago, we were stationed at Brunswick Naval Air Station. And as a matter of fact, maybe my first memory is walking, my sister holding my hand. I was wearing this kind of onesie snow outfit, and the snow was so deep, I would literally go under the snow, and she would lift me up, and the snow would come off my head. And this is the coolest thing ever. I was 3, and I had a warm outfit on. But my family really came to love Maine, and we came back over the years. Uh-oh, did I press a button? Okay, hopefully not. Anyway, we came back, so I have great memories. You're going to come help me out? In my house, I call my kids when I have these technology problems. You all probably can relate to that. Sorry. You're good. I didn't break it. Okay. Anyway, so great memories of coming back, and beautiful coves, mussels, and lots of lobster, which I've been doing while we're up here. So good news. I'm going to go fast. I know I'm the last person before lunch. I have a pretty short presentation, a really cool video. Bad news, I revised my notes last night. I have horrible handwriting, and with some of you have experienced, my vision isn't what it used to be. So I may not even be able to read what I wrote, and I'll probably stumble around a bit, but please bear with me. Okay, so now let's go next slide. Okay. Shall I use the clicker or he disappeared on me? The down button? Down button or right? Yes, awesome. Okay, bear with me, thank you. So I'm really lucky to lead a great team with terrific support from agency leadership. And we've had remarkable progress since the Partnership and Innovation Directorate was stood up, which was only about 7 years ago. So, for example, I'm really happy to share with you that we did our 250th partner mission last year. That's again after only being stood up about 7 years ago. And we have more than 50 partner missions lined up for the coming year. Of those 250, what's depicted is the deepest underwater mission the agency ever did with a partner. We've used Navy divers and we've gone pretty deep, but this was a partnership with some world-class organizations, and they excavated a site of a possible World War II aircraft crash site at 290 feet depth in the Adriatic Sea. And by the way, there's a Maine connection to this effort. This is one of 3 recovery efforts we did off of this island in the Adriatic Sea. This was located on the route of our bombers who would be going after German targets, to specifically include the one Dr. Toe mentioned, the Pelosi oil fields. So they often would get pretty shot up, and on the way back, they had to make an emergency landing, and there was an emergency landing strip on this island. Sadly, often they didn't make it, and they would crash in the Adriatic Sea, and it was very deep there. So in one of those 3 partner efforts that we did off of this island, we were able to recover Lieutenant Ernest Villeneuve, who was from Millinocket, I'm going to say it right, Millinocket, Maine. And Maine Public Television did a terrific documentary about this effort, the investigation recovery, and his return to his town. I got choked up thinking about it. You know, his family and the town all came out, really touching. And it's called a solemn promise. So I invite you to Google that. You might remember that term. Our Principal Deputy Director, Mrs. Winbush, referred to that, a solemn promise. And you can watch it if you pull it up on the internet about Lieutenant Ernest. His name is a little complicated. Villeneuve. Okay, next slide. I call this the why slide. So why do we partner? Leveraging external skills and expertise. Partners have amazing resources, cutting-edge technologies, practices, and procedures. And that all results in expanding our capabilities and capacity. The concept of leveraging external partnerships to support the county mission was in and of itself an innovation. We didn't used to do that prior to the Partnership and Innovation. There was occasional efforts, kind of ad hoc, but as an organized thing where we would identify good partners and use them, that was all new as of about 7 or 8 years ago. And we pursued this with terrific support from our Principal Deputy Director, Mrs. Winbush, our Director, retired Major General Kelly McCaig. And so now there's a team that I get to lead, and I'm so proud of them. They're amazing, dedicated team of real professionals, terrestrial and underwater archaeologists, PhD historians, innovation experts, planning and logistics experts. So that's why we're able to do what we do. And I tell them they make me look good every day, and I'm really proud of them. So this is, these pictures are some field work. You can see that's a partner in a very kind of mountainous area. The partners go everywhere, underwater. But in addition to field work, we leverage partnerships to increase our capabilities in a number of ways. And as noted, we identify, cultivate, and maintain strategic partnerships that complement our research, our field, and our innovation capabilities and capacity. And we work really hard to identify qualified organizations who meet the agency's needs, fill some gaps and seams, and who can provide resources, expertise, and again, that cutting-edge technology that complement what the agency's trying to do for the accounting mission. Partners can include nonprofits, academic institutions, other government organizations, and other entities. We cast a broad net. And we're currently working with more than 125 partners across the country and around the world. One example of that is we have a very successful domestic program called the Hub and Spoke program. It's a network where it's a partnership initiative consisting of, for research, which consists of 16 universities and other institutions that sponsor postdoctoral fellows with a variety of academic backgrounds, including historical, obviously historical including historical expertise. And this brings additional resources because the partners, not very good with technology, am I? The partners often are universities that have historical archives. They have additional resources such as geospatial experience, new innovation approaches such as AI and data analytics. So while I was out here, I actually went up to the University of Maine and met with some really qualified AI and data analytics experts who blew me away, frankly. And so we're going to be exploring partner opportunities with them so we can bring in that expertise to help with this tremendous research effort that we are pursuing. And research really, Dr. Toe mentioned this, research truly is absolutely essential to all of our accounting efforts, to include these types of events. Our research partners help with the research for your individual cases, and then they provide that to our very qualified research staff in doing their briefings. Last year, our partners worked on more than 70 research projects. Many of these that we give to the partners are long-term, complex efforts because they can bring in, again, universities and other resources that are not normally available to us. And we've found a neat way to use what's called cooperative agreements and grants to fund multi-year efforts. Usually the federal government can only fund something a year at a time, but doing this we can do these longer-term foundational projects. And I want to tell you that all of these partner research fellows, partner fellows, the faculty and the staff who support them, to include students who volunteer, are super motivated by this work. For example, we have students at Texas A&M University who are digitizing records, and that is a real slog. They're taking an individual document, they're putting it on a machine, they get the copy, they check and make sure you can read it, and then they put it somewhere else. When I was in college, I would have done that for 5 minutes, right? You know, what? And stacks of documents. They have more volunteers for this than they can utilize. The kids do it, and then, boom, when they move on after a semester, more kids come in. The Texas A&M students and faculty became so interested in all the support they do for us. I don't know if Texas A&M obviously has the Corps of Cadets, has a military connection, but they have a lot of memorials. They have memorials for World War I veterans, Texas A&M World War I, World War II, Korea, et cetera. They recognized they didn't have a POW MIA memorial. They are raising the money to build a POW MIA memorial at Texas A&M because of learning about the sacrifice of your family members. I think that's just extraordinary. Okay, turning next slide. This is field work. So we're doing field work operations around the world. In 2024, partners conducted 34 terrestrial missions in 11 countries. These show some of the different efforts. There's the Philippines up on the left with the University of Illinois Chicago. University of Illinois Chicago had a long history of doing archaeology and anthropology in Philippines, so they had language speakers. They could help do research. So we're doing another innovative thing right there, where the UIC is doing some of the research and then pursuing the cases in the field over years. So they're able to really linger and continue. On the upper right is a British firm, but they're actually in France. That's Geoscope. On the left is that one is in United Kingdom in a pretty little field. The lower right is a Vietnam effort with a foundation, the Golden West Humanitarian Foundation, and as you can kind of tell, they use local workers, as our teams do, but again, they bring in volunteers, local folks, and that reduces costs. And as I noted, some of them are overseas, like the one in England. They can get all over Europe, so they're kind of pre-positioned, if you will, lower expense, can travel, and can also reduce our costs. So we're able to do more with less in many occasions, many circumstances. And so obviously, in addition to terrestrial, we do underwater. These are just some pictures of various underwater efforts. The one on the left, the two divers preparing to dive, that's Task Force Dagger, really neat nonprofit organization. They use, as do other partners, but they use veterans for their team members, specifically special operations trained divers. We found from the many partners who use veterans, the veterans get a tremendous benefit from this. Sometimes they're dealing with transition issues. It's a way to kind of be involved with the military in a very positive way. Everyone who's utilized them and the veterans themselves have said this is really terrific. So we're encouraging partners to do more and more of that so that the volunteer veterans can benefit. That big ship is a NOAA ship. I mean, can you imagine what that would cost for us to use that? But NOAA had it, and they were in a vicinity where we needed some work done, so they let us use their vehicle. Then there's a Palau one. And the one on the bottom right is that's one of those 3 bombers sites off of Vis Island, and that we worked with Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute and the National Park Service. A couple of things about that. There's another television documentary on NOVA's PBS program called The Last B-24, and you can Google that. It's really cool. It's like one of their most watched NOVA programs. And on this trip, the principal deputy director and I met with Woods Hole. They call themselves WUI. Anyway, we met with the WUI people who were really excited about working with us. And when we saw the amazing technology, they have an ROV. I mean, they've got ROVs that can do just incredible stuff. So we're really excited about furthering our partnership with them and doing exploring new ways to do underwater field work at lower cost. So innovation. Again, I mentioned partners are doing research, they're doing field work, and they're really contributing to innovation. And we have this. We'll get a little bit more into that. Well, I'll just say this: the agency's been doing innovation for a long time, and in fact, the partnership thing was an innovation effort. But to enhance our strategic and collaborative innovation, again, Mrs. Wimbush, the director, they established an agency program to identify, evaluate, and validate new and creative field, laboratory, and research methods to advance our mission. And some of these photos display some of the things that we're doing in that regard. The one on the right is you can see the outline of the aircraft. That was using ROVs, underwater imaging, and they made a 3D map of the aircraft. So if we were to go send divers down, we would know, they could orient, they would know where they were going. The one on the left, Dr. Toe mentioned isotopes. We have a partner effort to support that. By isotopes, you use isoscape analysis to determine possibly where the individual whose remains you have grew up, but you need samples from all over the country. So we have a partner getting those samples and help providing the isotopes that are used for that. And, oh yeah, this is really cool, this underwater one. So we have a study, often with, especially in underwater, you might have what you think could be osseous, but it also could be coral. So they've developed a technology that we're testing that you shoot the item with a laser, and it's called laser-induced laser-induced biospectrography, and it can help show if, in fact, that item is osseous bone. So, yeah. Oh, okay, so what's next? Moving right along. I'm going to show you that video I promised, and this is a partner underwater investigation. And you're about to see, this is from a 2-day underwater investigation that involved, again, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association, NOAA, and they were testing using ROVs, because it was at great depth, to detect anomalies and potentially help identify an aircraft crash site. So, is it
10 meters, slightly off dead ahead.
Yeah, that's looking significant.
We should be just approaching the large target now.
This is interesting. Okay, that is,
Yep.
this looks like the main wreckage.
Yep.
Yeah, roger.
Sites like this tell a story. It's the location of a tragedy, very likely a spot where service members lost their lives.
You can definitely tell that's the glass cockpit. You can see the reflection of the LED lights in it.
Yep. Service members lost in conflict and combat leave behind friends, families, and, all too often, a mystery of their last resting place. Over 41,000 Americans are presumed lost at sea all around the world. This mission is in partnership with an organization called the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, a division of the Department of Defense charged with providing the fullest possible accounting for military personnel lost while performing their duties.
Our interest is archaeology, but the main task here is to evaluate this site for the possible loss of 2 people on board. That means we're combining a number of aspects to understand this site.
Partnering with organizations like the Ocean Exploration Trust provides the DPAA a unique avenue to explore deepwater areas. EV Nautilus is equipped with advanced technologies to fulfill this mission, including remotely operated vehicles, acoustic mapping sonars, and telepresence capabilities that allow scientists to participate in the mission from anywhere in the world. For this mission, we're working on a site located more than 1,800 feet deep. We're using acoustic sonar and remotely operated vehicles to investigate the site in an effort to correlate information about the wreck and, if possible, provide conclusive evidence of who was lost.
There has to be correlative evidence to point that it is that specific site. The data plates could certainly help with that, but that doesn't guarantee that we will make the correlation.
Wow. Now can we...
Something Aeronautical Corps.
It says Wright Aeronautical,
Wright.
W-R-I-G-H-T.
A project like this takes hundreds of people, thousands of hours, and a lot of recommendations. We were very lucky that we've had some other really competent teams like OET go out and look at it for us.
Archaeological field surveys like this ultimately aim to bring home any possible physical evidence recorded as part of this mission. This is only one step in DPAA's thorough case progression, which involves teams of experts in various fields, including forensic anthropology. Thousands of hours of archive and laboratory research and hundreds of people work on a case that may make a determination possible. Once DPAA makes a positive identification, a message is sent to their respective service member casualty office, who then notifies the family that their loved one is accounted for. It is an honor and a privilege to be part of this journey. Learn more at dpaa.mil, where updates about this site and hundreds more around the world are announced.
I got goosebumps. That didn't cost us anything because we found a partner who was doing a mission in that area and was interested in trying their equipment. And I mentioned I have this incredible team, and we are constantly looking for ways to do that, to leverage partners, to reduce costs, and find information for all of you. So let me see. I just want to finish. Again, so we're just, Tim mentioned, and you've heard it from everybody, we're just committed to this. We want to expand our capabilities and capacity through partnerships so we can, to advance, meet our goal of fulfilling the mission to account for your loved ones. And I want to note again, our partners really come to share our dedication to the mission. As they work, again, I've noted this, as they work on their cases, and the partners, which includes an increasing number of volunteers, and they learn about the sacrifices of those who we're trying to bring home to you, they really become as passionate about this noble mission as we are. It's really neat to see. And I guess, too, I mean, especially like with the students, they come to learn about the sacrifice and the service, and that's just so powerful. It's awesome to see. Many of them have told me it was the most amazing experience of their life. So ultimately, they want to help us in providing the answers to you, the families, and the nation. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask the folks, everybody that briefed in the morning, to come back up forward. And this is going to be the first Q&A. So we're going to have the microphones available for you, and you'll raise your hand. We'll do the same thing like we did in the remembrance ceremony. The one rule is make sure your question's about what you saw this morning. If you have a question about, a question about your case, please save that for when you meet with your analyst, because the folks up here are not going to be able to answer your question specifically on your case. And it's not fair to the folks in the room. So that's the one caveat on these questions. The other thing is just a reminder, in your folders there, you've got surveys. And for those that are pretty savvy with their phones, there's also a QR code on your desk that you can scan and take the survey online. But those surveys mean a lot. And I know there's one person up here that reads them all. And, so if you have a good idea, she's going to see it. So with that, we've got the microphones ready. And who would like to ask the first question? I think this gentleman right here. Hold on a second. I'll get you a microphone, sir.
Other shoulder.
We don't have a microphone up here. Okay.
Yeah, hi. Are cadaver dogs ever used, or are they useful? Cadaver dogs?
Yeah, that's a great question. Scent dogs, we call them scent dogs. Any dog that could help the human population by their smell, we call them scent dogs. They're amazing. Scent dogs are fantastic. And many people in the laboratory, myself included, have worked with scent dogs before. And scent dogs are so amazing, they could literally smell certain diseases in people just by the odors and smells that are coming off of people's bodies. They can find the tiniest little seed of sesame in this giant bushel of agriculture, and the bomb-sniffing dogs are amazing. However, when it comes to human remains, they are very useful when it comes to freshly dead. And I don't mean to be indelicate to say that, but that's exactly what I mean. Remains that are generally fresh, that haven't been incorporated into the natural environment for very long, are easily, I won't say easily found, but the scent dogs are very useful for those contexts. That's why they're called cadaver dogs, because they're really good at finding cadavers. Now, when you incorporate eventually nature, eventually the scents will dissipate. So whether that eventually, that phrase eventually, is subjective, and it depends on the environment. That could be 2 years, that could be 10 years, that could be 15, 20 years. But eventually, the scents will dissipate so much and be incorporated into the natural environment that the scent dogs become very ineffectual and don't work after a time period. That time period, again, could be very few years, it could be a lot of years, it could be a decade. But anything from the time frame of the DPAA, that's by far way more dissipated into the natural environment. So at that point, scent dogs are not effectual at all.
I think this gentleman right here.
Question to Dr. McMahon. You talked about degraded samples in the past. Could you give us just a minute or two on the badly burned samples from like World War II and what your odds are on identifying and what the special problems are associated with it?
Sure. So I'll tackle it from the DNA, and then I'll turn over to Dr. Toe to talk about the chemical nature within the bone. So when we talk about heat, heat is used to normally to separate DNA. And so when you separate DNA, it's normal DNA is in 2 strands. When you separate it into 2 single strands, it opens it up for more damage. But heat can also fragment the DNA. So if you ever seen a piece of glass that was sitting in a fire pit and it explodes because that will happen to the DNA over time. And so there is a certain, for example, cremated remains, due to the time and the intense heat that they're in, there actually is very little chance of getting DNA out of that. So for us, we have to have a hard part of the bone to be able to get a result from that. Now, what we've done is we've developed methods that have kicked it back to what I said, a half-inch piece of DNA. And that will allow us these greater successes, and we've seen those. And that's what these new methods that we developed have helped us. So the one in 2016 where we can sequence the whole mitochondrial genome allows us to attach very, very fragmented DNA, 50 base pairs. When you think about it, we could probably lose down to about 25 base pairs of DNA, a 1/4 inch piece, and then after that, we're going to have to look at how do we repair the DNA. And so that's the new technology we're looking at. But those are what the methods are, is to try and get to that point. What can we do to do these highly damaged DNA? So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Toe to talk a little bit of what happens to the bone.
Yeah, fire and human remains don't mix. They don't go together. And when it comes to the DPAA, the plane crashes and the context of how a plane crashes really can influence whether or not there's fire. If you think about it, a plane moving very slowly is generally not going to explode in a fiery ball the way a jet fighter with the bombs still attached to it are going to explode. A plane that's going really fast with a lot of jet fuel can burn for days. And if you want to run an experiment, next time you go barbecue, see what happens to some bones. But we see thermal alteration with bones, and that can manifest itself both loosely in just the outside, or if it burns so much, it'll eventually burn everything down to the bone and then fragment it. Burned remains will look, if it's light burning, it could look either low temperature or not for a very long time, because those are 2 separate things, temperature and time. You can have remains that will be just charred black. Black is the lowest level of temperature. Eventually, bones can turn white. We call that calcined. And eventually, they can turn blue, because blue is actually the highest color of burned remains. We try, and when we excavate remains, we try and keep the pieces together as much as we can, but a lot of times the burning will just break them apart. But if we can still see them in the ground, we will try and keep them as close together as possible. The trick, however, is the DNA. DNA doesn't survive very well, and as he's already explained it. But I will point out that DNA is only one tool in the toolkit. Is it possible for us to make an identification of burned remains without DNA? Yeah, absolutely. Contextual information can really help us. The other lines of evidence can be really powerful. Let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, there's a plane crash and there's only one person in the plane, and we're out in the Himalayas, and the chances of that plane crashing on a village and there are other remains there is astronomically low. And we find ID media that correlates that location to that pilot and that individual. So in that case, the contextual information, and then better yet, if there's dental remains, even though they're completely burned, our dentists can do miracles and can really observe a lot of little things in the teeth. So it is conceivable for us to make identifications with remains that are so badly burned that we couldn't even get DNA out of. But it is one of our biggest challenges by far.
So when you talk about that, we've had recent incidences that were October 7th of last year with some partners over in Israel, and we had some natural disasters in Hawaii previously. We were approached both by Maui and then the Israeli Defense Forces for those type of burn samples to come to our laboratory to do, and we were able to provide results for them because of our methods. But Denise brings up a great point, you know, and that's the thing you heard during my talk. It's multiple lines of evidence, and so the DNA, if we can't get to it, doesn't mean it's the end all of end all, you know. So, and I think that's probably the take-home message is we have multiple lines, multiple tools, so that we can get to where we need to go.
Right here.
This morning we heard about
Wait.
Sorry. This morning we heard about DPAA's great successes with current partners. I have a two-part question. Is DPAA able to partner with organizations to locate and analyze wartime imagery? The second part of my question is, are there any plans to use drones or LiDAR technologies for current losses?
Yes and yes. Yeah, as a matter of fact, my meeting in Maine was about the possibility of looking at applying AI and other tools for canisters of film that had been taken in NARA, and then this stuff is so cool. I mean, we're really in a revolutionary period in terms of how you can use neural networks and all this stuff. But bottom line is they can potentially, well, maybe, have computer programming kind of look at the film and geolocate that. I was beyond what I know. So that then they could bring it back to our researchers and say, this film canister seems to involve playing film. Yeah, okay, you're ahead of me. And for the rest of us, we'll let the smart people figure it out. But definitely, and there's just a lot of things that we can do. We're trying to do using remote aerial sensing. For example, I get excited too. I'm kind of a nerd. Maybe use satellite, look at satellite pictures to perhaps see outlines of airplanes in shallow water. Anomalies that might indicate a crater. Anyway, I can go on and on. And then what was your second one? Sorry. The second one was about using drones and LiDAR. Yes, and we actually just had an innovation conference in Hawaii where we brought in experts on remote sensing, drones, LiDAR, magnetometer. I'm also maybe a little dyslexic. Anyway, in a drone to help increase the size of location we can check and look at. So yeah, and we're definitely trying, as part of the innovation effort that the PDD supports, to tap into that expertise to help us figure out which of these technologies we can bring in most effectively at the lowest cost as soon as possible, because we recognize this is something we've got to go after as hard as we can. Did that answer it?
Yes.
Thank you. Great questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that answer. Using drones or aerial photography and using LiDAR, two different things, is not new in archaeology. We've been using aerial photography and aerial imagery in archaeology decades. It used to be blimps, believe it or not. We used to have little blimps that roll around. We used to use kite photography, throw up a kite with a little camera on it. It does the same thing. It's a little archaic, but it works. It completely works. And then on the other side, LiDAR, which is light imagery, is also something that we've been using in archaeology for decades. The new innovation is putting those two things together, is putting the LiDAR device on a little drone and then running up. And the other challenge we have is not just that new technology of putting those two things together, is the federal government. You say the word drone in the federal sphere, it means different things. And the trick that we have is now working with the local host nation governments in being able to get them to understand, no, I'm not talking about that other thing. I'm talking about this science technology that we're using just for imagery of the site. So the trickiness is not just the technology, it's the policies that involve behind that.
Okay, because we're running out of time, we're going to take one more question right here, and then we're going to, just a reminder, we're going to have Q&A at the end of the day. So if your question didn't get answered now or asked, we're going to have the end of the day, so you can always ask then as well. But go ahead, sir.
Do the teams run any risk of encountering unexploded ordnance, like landmines on a battlefield site, or just good old bombs?
Yes, that's a short answer, but we have specialized EOD technicians from any branch and every branch that comes with us. The first thing we do when we get on site is, one, run a casualty evacuation scenario, and two, clear the site of UXO. It goes down at least 30 centimeters. Also, it's like our EOD technicians work hand in hand with SREs on site, one, to look for UXO, but two, also to find metal evidence. So it gives us a picture, not only for our safety, but also for evidence on the site. And we clear much more than we dig, to really see how the environment works with the evidence and the material. You can imagine that a high-speed plane crash goes down. We can't dig everything, but we can see the picture of multiple acres and acres of land, and then also find the UXO. And it is fun to explode it at the end of the mission. So, yeah. So I've seen, we get at least a mile away, and then we blow the white phosphorus up and see the fireworks. So, no, it's very, it's cleared. We're good to go, man.
All right, can we give the panel a round of applause? So what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. It's going to be an hour and 30 minutes. When we come back, the World War II families are going to be in this room. The Vietnam War families are going to be in the Monhegan room, and you're going to get briefings from Mr. Chris Williamson and Mr. Brad Taylor. The Korean War families are going to be in the Whaleback room, and you're going to get a briefing from Ms. Dawn Barry. And those rooms are down the hallway. When you go out here, you bear right, you'll see them. And we'll have signs out there. So if you're a Korean War or Vietnam War family member, take your stuff with you, because you can't trust these World War II family members. And I'm just kidding. And we've got some menu selections on the table, too, or some recommendations. There's a place called Chipotle. There's a place called Starbucks about 100 yards or 100 feet from this place. The restaurant and the hotel is not open for lunch. I'm sorry. But there are so many places right nearby here, and there's a mall right across the street. So look on those tables or check your smartphones, and we'll see you again at 2:30. Thank you, everyone.